There was that ant that stood up to me.
Yeah, but we can forget about him.
Yeah, it was just one ant. One ant.
Yeah, you're right. It's just one ant.
Yeah, boss. They're puny.
Puny? Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant. Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one?
Are you kidding?
Well, how about this?
You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line.
They live is partially a political statement, it's partially a tract on the world that we live in today. And as a matter of fact, right now, it's even more true than it was then. We are manipulated by a lot of media around us. We are consumed by consumerism. And as you can see in the recent events in this country, they are still among us. They do live.
Our impulses are being redirected. We are living in an artificially induced state of consciousness that resembles sleep. The poor and the underclass are growing. Racial justice and human rights are non-existent. They have created a repressive society, and we are their unwitting accomplices. Their intention to rule rests with the annihilation of consciousness. We have been lulled into a trance. They have made us indifferent to ourselves, to others. We are focused only on our own gain. Please understand, they are safe as long as they are not discovered. That is their primary method of survival. Keep us asleep, keep us selfish, keep us sedated.
The truth hurts because the truth is all there is. The truth hurts because the truth is all there is. You can't hide from the truth, cause the truth is all there is. You can't hide from the truth, cause the truth is all there is. You can't hide from the truth, cause the truth is all there is. You can't hide from the truth, cause the truth is all there is. You can't hide from the truth, because the truth is all there is. You can't hide from the truth, cause the truth is all there is. You can't hide from the truth, because the truth is all there is. You can't hide from the truth.
Can you tell me a little bit about what your people believe?
It is very hard to explain. We do not believe in any individual god or gods, but rather we believe that the soul is, what is a good term? A non-localized phenomenon.
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
Well, if I project a beam of light at the wall, you see the light on the wall, but the wall is not the source of the light. It comes in from somewhere else. The soul is also a projection. It does not exist inside us any more than the light exists inside the wall. But this shell is the only way we can perceive it.
We believe that the universe itself is conscious in a way we can never truly understand. It is engaged in a search for meaning. So it breaks itself apart, investing its own consciousness in every form of life. We are the universe, trying to understand itself.
This is the first Hermetic principle as according to the Kybalion, the principle of mentalism. All is mind. The universe is mental. This principle asserts that the foundation of reality is consciousness itself. Thoughts shape the fabric of existence, and our mental state influences the world around us. The power of the mind governs our perceptions and experiences, giving rise to our reality. By understanding and mastering our thoughts, we gain the ability to manifest our desires and transform our lives.
How about a positive LSD story? Wouldn't that be newsworthy just once? To base your decision on information rather than scare tactics and superstitions and lies? Just once. I think it would be newsworthy. Today, a young man on acid realized that all matter is merely energy condensed to a slow vibration, that we are all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. There is no such thing as death. Life is only a dream, and we're the imagination of ourselves. Here's Tom with the weather.
You know, you want a prediction about the weather. You're asking the wrong Phil. I'll give you a winter prediction. It's going to be cold, it's going to be gray, and it's going to last you for the rest of your life.
Please stand by for further details. We return you now to your regularly scheduled program.
Welcome to the show that explores the social dynamics and psychological forces that shape our world, much like the pecking order in a chicken coop. Why is society structured in rigid hierarchies? Why do we instinctively follow authority? And how is our belief in this structure manipulated to control us? We'll explore the layers of social conditioning, the psychology behind obedience, the hidden mind control techniques that influence our lives, and the universal moral laws that stand in stark contrast to manufactured authority. This is the Coop Files. Welcome everyone. Today's date is Friday the 6th of February 2026. Start with the usual housekeeping. Try and go through this as quick as I can. Who is this show for? It's for me. I'm not prepared to sit by while the country and the world as a whole turns to rat shit. Morality is in huge decline. Freedoms are being erased, eroded, and people seem to be ever more loving their servitude, not prepared to sit around and do nothing and watch the shit show unfold. Who's the show not for? It's a longer list. The statists, those who have unwavering loyalty to the state. The conformists, those who go along to get along, say anything just to fit in. The authoritarians, those who love rules, hate freedom. The atheist, left-brainers, who are so arrogant and so egotistical that they think they know it all. The closed-minded, those who do want to even open up their mind to anything that goes against their embedded belief system. The emotionally and spiritually immature, those with arrested development, emotional arrested development, who behave like children when you try and challenge anything that they've got to say. The thin-skinned crybabies, so emotionally invested in everything that if you say anything to them, they are literally like babies. Those opposed to the truth, who enjoy their comfort. They don't want to know. They don't want to know what's going on inside the world, around the world, what what they're interested in is their comfort, their remote control, their television, Netflix, football, the self-loathing, those who have a deep embedded hatred of the true selves. They don't want to know anything because they haven't got any self-respect. What we've covered so far: authority is a man-made religion which does not exist in nature. We live in a cult where belief systems control the members, and anyone who speaks the truth is attacked and demonized. Freedom is achieved by being objectively moral, and morality is enshrined into nature and acts as a natural law that governs this construct. Hidden law. Fear leads to obedience to authority, which outsources personal responsibility and leads to control. Religion and materialism are two wings of the same bird. Most people are controlled within their own mind by the reptile or mammalian brain, either controlled by their ego or controlled by their emotions. And in the last episode, I explored the idea that society appears to be in a state of pre-adolescence, all the traits of a child and none of a mature adult. As I like to do now at the current time, is start off with this quote: "Life has risks. That's how it works. You'll never get away from them. It's part of life." Daisy, age 15. 15-year-old knows more about life than most adults. I was listening to somebody say just the other day that they were having a conversation with a neighbour, I think it was, and they were talking to this neighbour about the facial recognition which has been rolled out to help prevent crime, to keep us safe. And so they're talking to this neighbour, and the neighbour actually said, "Well, I'm all for it because it makes me feel safe." That's a child speaking. Life has risks. That's how it works. You can't get away from them. It's part of life. But this person, hook, line and sinker, they just fall for it. It's for your safety. We're doing this for your benefit. But they feel safe. Well, as long as you feel safe, that's fine. Then we'll all be stripped of our rights and privacy. And who knows where it's going to lead? Well, we do know where it's going to lead. Total control. Why would you outsource your decisions to a third party, be it a government or a corporation? Why? Where's the logic in that? You are a slave. 100%. Your will is controlled by your master. Let's see. People are waking up. So today's episode I've called "Shake the Spear at Ignorance." What's that all about? Well, hopefully it'll become clear. I started off putting this presentation together, and I couldn't stop myself getting my knickers in a twist around this whole reform nonsense, Psy-Op, mind control. People buying into this reform party. They still can't see it. And it was the news a couple of weeks ago, I think it was now, of Nadim Zahawi has defected to reform. And you just think, When are these people going to actually see what's going on in front of them? This is clearly just conservative 2.0. Other conservative members have joined as well or defected, and this would be if Nigel Farage was actually in control of this party. You would know that he's somewhat committing political suicide by bringing these people on board, and that should tell you anything that you need to know. So anyway, I started this presentation with the idea, with one idea of what I was going to look at, and I couldn't help getting annoyed and frustrated with the sheer ignorance of people who still can't see the left and right is just total mind control. And you just fall for it every time. The Conservatives and Labour are not the problem. Government is the problem. And you'd think all of these people who are buying into reform, it would appear that obviously I don't buy into the political spectrum because it's all absolute mind control. Divide and rule, divide and conquer, get the people fighting, and that's at the end of the day that they're not fighting the enemy. But you think, right? I get the impression that the vast majority of people who are on the reform bandwagon are probably a while back would have been kind of classic sort of centre-left, somewhat liberals, before the whole thing got absolutely, twisted and now if you're a lefty, you're a communist, and you don't want freedom, you want control. But anyway, centre-left. Other than the fact that I've woken up to the fact that government is complete mind control, and they think that they own you, and they see you as their slave that they can steal from and basically abuse psychologically and steal your money. Obviously, I've woken up to that fact. So, but you would have thought, classic kind of centre-left, haven't changed your beliefs, and your outlook has pretty much stayed the same, but now you're classed as the far right. But you haven't changed. The social engineers have changed the political spectrum. And if that doesn't make you think that this is a load of horse shit that can just be manipulated and steered at the will of the social engineers, if that doesn't make you realise that, I don't know what will. How can you have the same beliefs but now be far right? But anyway, I would have thought that the vast majority of people who are on the bandwagon, the reform bandwagon, can see their country being completely eroded, destroyed. There is no industry. There is. We are not self-sufficient in any way, shape, or form. Our culture is being destroyed. Not that I'm a waver of the culture flag. I don't see myself as anything but a human being born into this world with a consciousness. But anyway, here I am. But, you know, they can see that everything about this country that they see as great is being destroyed. And you would have thought that they could see that the root cause of that is government and, you know, the people who pull the strings. Because if whoever's in charge takes you down the same path. But anyway, got my knickers in a twist about that, so I started just looking into Nadim Zahawi. Anyway, I thought I'd start with this meme. I thought that depicted society quite well on the left there. These absolute satanic-minded occultists who sit in the background with their satanic mindset, pulling the strings. Politicians, the puppets, who are all the same. They're all identical because they're all the same. And then the people just don't care. They're too busy staring into that black mirror. And you see this everywhere you go. People literally walking around staring at the slab. What's on it? What's on it that is more important than watching where you're going? But, you know, your elected officials, media and corporate leaders have been engaging in these sorts of rituals for some time now. That's the cremation of care, where they place an effigy of a child into the belly of a giant owl and set it on fire. The child represents care, and the cremation of care is what these psychopaths need to get the job done, because you can't care while you're also destroying people's lives, destroying freedom, and doing everything just for your own ends. You can't possibly have any care. It's your care that stops you, obviously stops you doing that. And the owl represents exactly that. The predator, the prey, preys on the weaker, the weaker animals, hunts at night because it's got better vision, commits its its predatory actions in the dark. That's what the owl represents. It's not wisdom. It represents the predator, the heartless predator who preys on the innocent in the night when they've got an advantage. And that's exactly what they do. You can't see them, and you are their fodder. And that's what the owl represents in the occult. That's why it's Clash of the Titans, isn't it? I can't remember what the owl's called. It's made out of metal. It's a mechanical owl. It's not a coincidence. It doesn't mean that owl's evil. I'm just saying that's the symbology. The cremation of care, and as we're finding out through the Epstein document release, that we're getting an insight into how these people think, talk, and behave. But the care element, that's the the emotion, the emotional element of consciousness, the care, the emotions, your spirit. And when you don't have any emotional element to consciousness, you've just got thoughts and actions. You just do it. You don't think about it. You don't think about what it would do to other people, how it would feel, or what the impacts on other people are. You just do it. You just get the job done. Just like Nike. Just do it. Nike. Saturnalia regalia. That's what Saturn represents. Just do it. And you can hear people are starting to love a good dictator. You can hear people who might have something good to say about the Mango Mussolini over in the good old US. Oh, well, you know, on the plus side, he just gets things done. Yeah, he just does it, doesn't he? Because he's a dictator. Clearly, we're going down the same path with our, MAGA light version. We always get everything. We always get a light version of what happens over the pond, coming to a screen near you. Make Britain great again. This caught my eye. This is not news. This goes back to 2023. And this is just to, before I get into Zahawi, I just wanted to remind myself about some of the things that we had to put up with during the Psy-Op. Reporter who pushed concentration camps for unvaccinated dies at the age of 33. Interesting age. He called for unvaccinated police to be fired and pushed for concentration camps for those who refused to get the jab. And obviously he's no longer. And I'm not making anything out of that. I'm just saying, as a reminder, these are what some people they would have happily have done to people who were just, at the end of the day, exercising their natural rights to not be injected with something that they've got no idea what it is and what it's going to do. And he also pushed for passports and the termination from employment of those who refused the good old jab. Karma's a bitch, not my words. So on to Zahawi. Former Chancellor Nadhim Zahawi has become the latest senior Conservative to defect to Reform UK, as Tories claim the move came after he was rebuffed for a peerage. So this is what this is when the egos come out to play. The Tories are saying, oh, because he was snubbed or whatever. What's the truth though? Why is he going across to Reform? Zahawi, who was a former MP, said he felt the UK had reached a dark and dangerous moment and the country needed a glorious revolution. Remember that word? I've just realised that. I must write that down. Glorious revolution. As he outlined why he was joining Nigel Farage's party. See what he's got to say.
Even if you don't yet realise that Britain needs reform, you know in your heart of hearts that our wonderful country is sick. How many of you at home have thought to yourselves that nothing works today. I know I have, and I have it a damn sight easier than most people. That is why I'm standing here today as the newest member of Reform UK.
Notice how he struggled to keep his laugh in there when he stated that he's got a damn sight easier than most people. Literally had to bite his bottom lip. Yeah, the country's sick. It's a good appeal to the emotions, isn't it? The country is sick. No thanks to you. Everything's broken. But yeah, the country's sick. I don't think he means it this way, but in terms of sick as in actually ill. Talks a load of BS. Just looking there on the right hand side, Zahawi confirms he paid nearly £5 million for tax error. HMRC boss, no penalties for innocent tax error. Just little slip up, £5 million. Yeah. £5 million in tax, and he's just got it a little bit better than most of us. Man of the people, Zahawi. On the 29th of January 23, he was dismissed from the roles after Sunak's ethics advisor advised that he had breached the ministerial code by failing to disclose that he was being investigated by HMRC while he served in his previous position as Chancellor of the Exchequer under Johnson. You can't make this stuff up, can you?
Even if you don't yet realise that Britain needs reform.
Serious questions about Zahawi and reform. Establish facts. Vaccine minister who backed jabbing millions, including children, defended kids, overruling parents on COVID jabs, supported passports, restricting the unvaccinated. He was sacked as Tory party chairman over the tax scandal, which we've seen. Called Mirage offensive and racist, and said he'd be frightened to live in a country run by you. Established facts. Unverified claims. It is incumbent upon us all to support Black Lives Matter. Significant cuts to immigration would cut off major financial lifeline to the world's poorest. Calls for a blanket amnesty for all illegal migrants. Questions we need answered. How does a vaccine passport enforcer fit with Reform's stand on liberty? Why promote child jabs against parental wishes? Why bring in a Tory insider to lead an anti-establishment party? Do Reform members get to have a say in this? Why no apology for his Divic policies? Is this the change Reform members signed up for? Good questions. But the main question is, why are you still signing up? Nadeem Zahawi's family property empire funded by mystery £30 million loan. This is going back to 22. He's running for number 10 despite having been Chancellor only a matter of days. It has emerged that his £100 million family property empire has taken 30 million from unknown creditors. He owns £58 million of commercial property in the UK, and its accounts reveal it is funded by £55 million in loans, but just 23 million of these are secured loans from banks. The remaining 32 is from other creditors. The funding arrangement was exceptionally unusual, and the Zahawis must have some very wealthy friends. In 2012, the MP for Stratford-upon-Avon said his family arrived on these shores with only £50. His father was the head of the Bank of Iraq, but he only had £50. He must have some very wealthy friends. And those wealthy friends will want their return. And I wonder if those wealthy friends are helping fund reform. Angela Rayner said, is that Angela from Accounts? The new Chancellor must reveal who is funding his company's property empire, whether that money is coming from overseas or through family connections, and whether all his interests have been properly declared. Notice that they only challenge this sort of stuff when it suits their spin, they like attacking each other, so it makes the others look bad, but they're just as bad themselves. It's just a pantomime. It's WWF light. America gets WWF. We get Saturday morning wrestling with Big Daddy, Shirley Crabtree. We always get a light version, but this is all this is. It's just pure wrestling. The cloud of suspicion will hang over him until he comes clean with the British people. Mr. Zahawi said last night, smears have falsely claimed that the Serious Fraud Office and the National Crime Agency and HMRC are looking into me. Let me be clear. I am not aware of this. I have not been told that this is the case. I've always declared my financial interests and paid my taxes in the UK. Yeah, and then how long was it until he was actually investigated by the Serious Fraud Office, the National Crime Agency and HMRC? Just an accident, of course. During the time he was on the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, he was also chairman of the secretive transatlantic group, Le Cercle, but did not declare his membership. He likes doing things in secret. In 2019, a member of his staff was listed as an administrator of Le Cercle. Le Cercle is an invitation-only foreign policy forum. Initially, its focus was opposing communism, and in the 1970s and 80s, supporting apartheid when the group had intimate ties with the funding from South Africa. With intimate ties with and funding from South Africa. The group was described by British conservative Alan Clark as an Atlanticist society of right-wing dignitaries. As an elite conference, it is comparable to the Bilderberg meeting, another secret society, another secret think tank. But it is considered more secret and has no public and little media presence. Only selected and invited members are admitted to the meeting, and they are obliged to maintain secrecy. The Cercle was established in 1952 by then French Prime Minister Antoine Pinay and French intelligence agent Jean Violet. Under the name Cercle Pinay, Konrad Adenauer and Franz Joseph Strauss were co-founders and reconciliation between France and Germany was an important goal. The Cercle's founding vision encompassed the integration of a Christian Catholic Europe, an aspiration reflected in the Cercle's personal membership and the countries represented in its early years. The other members of the original Cercle were the government of Belgium, Italy, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands, including a number of members of the Catholic Opus Dei and the Knights of Malta. More secret fraternities. Political changes in 1969 led to the addition of Portugal, Spain, Switzerland, the United Kingdom, and the United States, with meetings held twice a year rather than 3 times a year as before. This led to a shift in objectives, which became an emphasis on forming a strong anti-communist alliance between the United States and Europe. The leaders of the group increasingly considered strategy to target public opinion, and to this end formed a Cercle network of associated organisations, institutes and think tanks, which attacked both the Soviet Union and the perceived leftist governments or opposition movements in Europe. So he's fighting communism. I mean, you know, that's what you're up against. But what goes on at these meetings? Moulding public opinion. In later years, the British took over the chairmanship of Le Cercle. Leading members included the ex-MI6 officer Anthony Cavendish, the British MP Julian Amery and Brian Grozier. Alan Clark, the British Conservative MP and historian, stated in his diaries that Le Cercle was funded by the CIA. MPs Stewart and Zahawi were chairs of Le Cercle in the 2010s at the same time as they served as members of the UK Parliament's Foreign Affairs Select Committee. Neither MP declared their chairmanship of Le Cercle to the UK Parliament. Strong links to the intelligence community in Europe and the United States. Secret CIA-funded group linked to UK ministers. 2 current ministers, so this is going back to 21, 2 current ministers and 2 recent justice ministers have been funded by an opaque transatlantic right-wing group, which includes members of the intelligence community. Declassified finds 8 current Conservative parliamentarians are associated with the organisation. The Cercle has existed since the 50s but has no public presence and has never revealed its funders. 8 current Conservative parliamentarians are associated with the group. 2 current ministers, Business Secretary Kwasi Kwarteng and his deputy Greg Hans, have been funded by the group, by the Le Cercle. Kwarteng was given £5,000 to travel to Bahrain in 2019 for a trip jointly funded by Le Cercle and the Gulf regime, which is one of the UK's closest allies. 3 former justice ministers are associated with the group. And they were also funded to attend meetings in Washington, D.C. and Madrid. Rory Stewart, who served as Justice Minister under Theresa May, was previously chair of Le Cercle. Several high-profile US figures were also linked to the group. US Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia, who sat on America's most powerful court from '86 until his death in 2016, attended at least one Le Cercle meeting while sitting on the court. Other ministers known to have been funded by the group include former Foreign Secretary William Hague and Margaret Beckett, the latter being the only known Labour associate. Current Education Secretary Zahawi, a former business minister and another previous chair of Le Cercle. Zahawi and Stewart both claim, despite their senior roles in Le Cercle, that they don't know how the network group is funded. A Whitehall security source told The Telegraph that Stewart was an MI6 officer before he entered politics. Kenny McGaskill, MP, a former Scottish Justice Secretary, told Declassified, given the nature of this group and its links with other states and security organisations, much more candour is required. It's essential in a democracy that those accepting hospitality from an organisation such as this are fully transparent. The only information about the group to have recently appeared in public comes from a 2012 letter written by its then chair, Lord Lothian, who is Michael Ancram, a former chair of the Conservative Party. The letter was written to the Saudi Deputy Foreign Minister and published by WikiLeaks in 2015. It stated that the group is largely European and American, and its members include members of parliament, diplomats, members of the intelligence community, commentators and businessmen from over 25 countries. The meetings are said to cover mostly foreign policy, but also some domestic issues, and are held under strict Chatham House rules, where everything said is off the record. Attendance ranges from 80 to 100 people. And just for the record, that's not Chatham House rules, where everything is off the record. Actual Chatham House rules is you're allowed to talk about what's being said, but you're not allowed to reveal the sources. That's Chatham House rules. This is not Chatham House rules. This is a secret society. Attendees at these meetings have included the former US Director of National Intelligence, former US National Security Advisors Henry Kissinger and John Bolton, as well as the former US Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. Margaret Thatcher is also listed as a one-time attendee. It is not known if any of these political figures attended while in post. American regulars were said to include two directors of the CIA, William Colby, who headed the agency from 73 to 76, and William J. Casey, who was director from 81 to 87. Its current political activities are unclear. A South African researcher found declassified documents in Pretoria which showed Le Cercle had support for apartheid South Africa at the top of their agenda. I think I mentioned that earlier. They had links to and were potentially funded by these South African organisations. The apartheid regime, he found, helped fund the organisation and hosted several meetings. There's just some more information there about who's actually been involved, as far as we know. Sir Alistair Graham, the former chair of the Commission for Standards in Public Life, called the omission disturbing and Le Cercle a shadowy body. So obviously the fact that they omit declaring these connections and attendance at these secret meetings. The Cercle's administrator last year was Beverly Gaynor, who was working as a research assistant in Zahawi's parliamentary office. It is unclear which of the British MPs are involved with the Cercle or have attended its meetings. Stewart and Zahawi told Politics Home they paid their own expenses to attend international Le Cercle meetings. This suggests more MPs are involved than can be deduced from publicly available information. Only some information from insiders has appeared in public about the Cercle. In 1993, HarperCollins, one of the big five publishing houses, published Free Agent, a memoir by Brian Grozier, who was a member of the Cercle from 71 to 85. MI5 and MI6 tried unsuccessfully to ban the book, but it is now out of print. Notice how where it says Stewart and Zahawi said that they paid their own expenses to attend international meetings. Oh, that's fine then. Go and have your secret meetings. As long as you're paying for it, one got a clue what the agenda is, one got a clue what you're talking about, all under the guise of fighting communism. But, you know, as long as you're not paying your own expenses, that's fine. Those who manipulate the unseen mechanisms of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of our country. We are governed, our minds moulded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested largely by men we have never heard of. In almost every act of our lives, whether in the sphere of politics, business, or in our social conduct, or our ethical thinking, we are dominated by the relatively small number of persons who understand the mental processes and social patterns of the masses. It is they who pull the wires that control the public mind. Edward Bernays, pioneer of corporate PR and propaganda, he's basically He's talking about the occult, who are behind the scenes, the invisible government. That's all the occult is. It just means hidden, the hidden government, who pull the strings in the sphere of politics and business, social conduct, ethical thinking, and they totally understand the mental processes and social patterns of the masses. They are social engineers. That's what's being engineered at these secret meetings. And that's just one example. These so-called think tanks. And if anybody should know, it would be Eddie, father of public relations, who was so good at what he did. He was obviously enlisted by governments to overthrow regimes. Once he got his foot in the door. But on a basic level, understanding the mental processes of the masses, any woman who smokes a cigarette today, or even vapes, same thing, that's Edward Bernays. That's how powerful his understanding of social engineering goes. Every single woman that you see smoke today is a result of Edward Bernays. Do you like bacon and eggs? Edward Bernays. It's consumerism. He knew, he completely understood, probably through his relationship with Freud, completely understood and knew how to manipulate people using their emotions and symbology. And that's how the consumerism works. That's how adverts work. That's how marketing works. Even the Nazis took on board his work. He's the father of propaganda that was then adopted by the Nazi propagandists. Back to Zahawi. YouGov, as the name suggests, a government linked organization, but it's not. It's just another play on words. YouGov is established as the pioneer of internet-based market research. The company is co-founded by Stephen Shakespeare and Nadeem Zahawi, who first met while working in British politics. The official company registration name is YouGov.com Limited. Shakespeare and Zahawi are joint chief executive officers. YouGov launched a new NPS and brand tracking service. This is in 2020. YouGov launches YouGov Destination Index, a new daily destination tracker in multiple markets. YouGov launches YouGov Divic-19 behaviour tracker with Imperial College London. YouGov's proprietary panel grows to over 11 million registered members worldwide. As innovators and pioneers of online market research, this is their words, we have a strong reputation as a trusted source of accurate data and insights. Testament to this, YouGov data is regularly referenced by the global press and we are consistently one of the most quoted market research sources in the world. Our mission is to supply a continuous stream of accurate data and insight into what the world thinks, so that companies, governments, and institutions can make informed decisions. The questions that they ask are gathering self-reported data on coronavirus testing and COVID-19 symptoms, and tracking compliance with preventative measures implemented to limit the spread of coronavirus, such as self-isolation, avoiding travel and social gathering. Other relevant behaviours surveyed include frequency of hand washing, use of hand sanitizer, and contact with other people. So this is it's a private company, obviously, headed up by Zahawi, collecting information from the public to inform the government, to give insights into what people think, which is, I'm sure I saw something like that in one of the previous slides. Something about shaping. It's something to do with the Cercle and shaping public opinion. So again, it's just continuing on with that work, making millions and millions of pounds from government contracts to fund his luxurious lifestyle and his horse stables in Warwickshire. Man of the people. But yeah, they gathering data on the public, seeing how they behave. Again, this is social engineering. It's like an intelligence asset out in the open.
Mr. Zahawi, on this point about COVID vaccines, I hear the point about free speech, but the doctor previously mentioned told Reform's conference that the vaccines that you rolled out may have caused the King's cancer, and he was described by David Bull as someone who worked with him to write Reform's health policy. So do you reject those views, and if they have shaped Reform's health policy, will you try to change it?
I think you'll find David Bull actually spoke about vaccines on Friday night. At our event that we held down at the Excel Centre with just shy of 3,000 people, launching our London campaign. And I think you'll find, if you look at what Dr. David Bull, our chairman, said, how proud he was of the work, actually for centuries, that London had done and led the way in with vaccines. And as Nadeem said previously, we get all sorts of speakers from all over the world, some of whom have different opinions.
Can I just come in? Tony,
please.
I expected more from you. Right? That was a really stupid question. Right, and it doesn't even deserve an answer. So try again next time.
One more time with a stupid question. Did you seek any assurances from Mr. Farage or anyone else about Reform's policy on vaccines before you joined?
Right, let me take that again. I still think it's a stupid question, and I'll tell you for why. I know you want to persist on this because you just heard from the leader of the Reform Party that David Bull spoke about this and was very clear on this, and you're still going on about, were vaccines efficacious or not. I would not be sitting here, nor would Nigel be sitting next to me, if we didn't agree that we did the right thing for the nation to get the vaccine program to the success that it achieved, the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe, if not in the world. And so that is why I think it's a stupid question.
Don't answer the question. Just shoot the messenger and you know, ridicule him, call him stupid, and, you know, attack the question. Don't just answer it. And again, how many people who were on the wrong side of obedience and conformity during the Psy-Op, how many of those people are supporting these absolute imbeciles? Sweating. Did you see him sweating up like one of his horses? Get him off the screen. How many people are supporting these idiots? But he just won't answer the question.
Mr. Zahawi.
Let's see what some people think. Andrew Bridgen, Reform Policy Timeline on Divic-19 Vaccines 2021. Tyson Bulls support mandatory Divic-19 vaccination, including children. February 23, Tice says, Andrew Bridgen is completely wrong about the vaccines. 24, Tice announces Reform will conduct a full public inquiry into excess deaths and vaccine harms. 25, former Conservative vaccine minister Maria Caulfield welcomed to Reform. 26, former Conservative vaccine minister Zahawi welcomed to Reform. Nothing like consistency. What do you think the Reform policy on mRNA vaccines is now? Rupert Lowe, Britain needs a full inquiry into both Divic vaccine harms and also the wider health impact inflicted on the British people through lockdown measures. Excess death figures prove this. I have put a formal parliamentary question to government requesting this investigation. Good luck. Jeremy Clarkson says he won't be voting for Reform UK while mandatory vaccination, vaccine passports and mass immigration fanatic Zahawi is in the party. And again, none of these people, I'm not putting anybody up on a pedestal, I'm just telling you what people are saying. Some people can see it. Zahawi has rejoined Reform UK as a prominent member and is expected to play a significant role in shaping the party's direction and strategy. Significant role in shaping the direction strategy. Because is he taking orders from elsewhere? Has he got a secret agenda? You can't have a party without an insider from these secret circles infiltrating, shaping, directing and advising. As it seeks to establish itself as a credible alternative to the Conservative Party, his experience as a former Chancellor and Minister is seen as a valuable asset for reform. And then I just put this comment from social media on there. Don't know if you can see it in the bottom there. Why is this cock even there? And then this person goes on to say, advisory capacity only. Reform need the experience. Mirage is no pushover. He will only take on board what he needs. Keep the faith. and the fall for it. Advisory capacity only. Versus a significant role in shaping the party's direction and strategy. Keep the faith. Because it's a religion. It is. That's all you can have in it is faith. Because it's a religion. And it just reminded me, this whole debacle just reminded me of a movie I watched. I watched it a while back, but I watched it again a couple of weeks ago. It's a really good movie, Jones Plantation. The whole thing, just when I was watching the movie, I just thought, this is exactly what goes on. The Jones Plantation. When slaves on a plantation grow restless and rebellious, Mr. Jones consults Mr. Smith, a former slave who offers them a sense of equality. You can control a man with brute violence, but you can never truly own a man until he's convinced that your word is law and obedience is a virtue. A film destined to be a cult classic and at the forefront of American dissident cinema. In a time of great hardship, so this is set during the plantations. In a time of great hardship, an enslaved people yearn for freedom. Their desperate pleas seem to be answered when a charismatic stranger arrives, promising liberation. But behind his honeyed words and grand vision lurks a sinister agenda. Piece by piece he spins an elaborate fiction, twisting their hopes into shackles to bind them. Caught in his intricate web, they fail to see the truth staring them in the face. The few who dare to speak out are silenced through coercion and violence. Step by step, the sinister plan takes shape as the people are complicit in their own continued oppression. They cheer their captor and turn on the ones who urge them to open their eyes. As the ruse reaches its climax, the ultimate price must be paid. Will the truth finally spark the rebellion so long suppressed, or will the people remain imprisoned in their own minds? This harrowing tale explores the tangled roots of exploitation and control through one man's nefarious quest to maintain power through elaborate deception. But even the best cons must eventually come to light. The general, spoiler alert, the general premise is the plantation, the business isn't going well, and they're going to struggle to sort of keep the slaves happy, feed them and give them some sort of mediocre security. So they're worried that the slaves are going to rebel. Because you remember, the slaves far outnumber the masters. So they're starting to panic that the slaves are going to rebel. And the master is starting to get worried that he's going to get pillaged and his wife's going to come to a... how do you call it? His wife's going to be taken advantage of. So he takes desperate measures and he enlists... an advisor, and this advisor turns up, and he's an ex-slave himself. He's a black man, and he becomes the advisor for the white master. And obviously, the white master doesn't know how to take to this ex-slave. Doesn't like taking orders from him. But obviously, the advisor says, "Well, I've got the knowledge, and I can fix this, take it or leave it." Anyway, long story short, the advisor tells the slaves that they're free, but makes them fearful of leaving the plantation. It's a big bad world out there. You can work here. We'll give you some useless bits of paper. You can buy your own stuff. And the more you work, the more useless bits of paper you get, the more stuff you can buy. And we'll keep you safe and secure. And they buy it. They buy it. And then one of the slaves realizes it's all a con. and he starts to get inside knowledge into the conspiracy. But the other slaves won't believe him, and they actually attack him, want to suppress him, and just get him to shut up because they're enjoying that comfortable servitude. It's very, very powerful. It's very well done. But definitely check it out. Co-produced and screenwritten by Larkin Rose. So it just reminded us that that's exactly what this Zahawi figure is like. He's like the advisor coming in from the shadowy group with the hidden agenda and the hidden knowledge, and he's going to be somewhat pulling the strings of the perceived masters. In the movie, the masters are when I say the perceived masters, I mean the leaders of the political party. We might see them as the masters of the party, the leaders of the party, but they're not. They're having their strings pulled, and that's exactly what's happening in this movie. The slaves think that the landowner, plantation owner, is now representing them and is in control, but he's not. He's having his strings pulled. But he's not bothered because he's getting what he wants. The plantation owner's winning, getting money, success. Slaves are happy. So that's the cover of the movie there, and I've just stuck Zahawi's face in the middle. Fits pretty well, doesn't it? Slight change of direction. So, will millionaire Rishi Sunak profit from new Mode-rna coronavirus vaccine? Chancellor refuses to say if he still has money in hedge fund he founded that is a major investor in pharmaceutical manufacturer. So Rishi Sunak has, so this is going back to November 2020, before he was Prime Minister. So Sunak has refused to confirm if he will profit from sales of the most effective anti-coronavirus drug. Thaleme Partners, interesting name, sounds like Thalema. A hedge fund he co-founded before entering politics has a $500 million investment in Mode-rna, which announced this week its COVID vaccine could be up to 94.5% effective. The UK immediately did a deal to buy 5 million doses at an expected cost of between £24 and £28 per dose. That's 5 million doses. Sunak has declined to say whether he still has a financial interest in Thaleme Partners, having left the company in 2013 to start his political career. It is the latest area of Mr. Sunak's finances to raise questions. Last month he faced demands to reveal details of his financial interests after it emerged he set up a blind trust on becoming a minister. The Chancellor deployed the arrangement, meaning that he does not know how his assets are being invested, when he was made Chief Secretary to the Treasury in July last year. Critics say there is still risk of conflict, as Sunak, reputed to be the richest MP, is aware of what he put into the trust. It also means he does not have to disclose fuller details of his investment portfolio. The presence of the trust was revealed in the latest register of ministerial interests. Blind trusts and blind management arrangements are long-standing mechanisms for protecting ministers in the handling of their interests. They ensure ministers are not involved in any decisions on the management, acquisition or disposal of items in the arrangement. Politicians of all stripes have used blind trusts, blind management arrangements to ensure they avoid any conflict of interest, including the last Labour government. Sunak is the latest minister to face questions over the use of a blind trust. Theresa May attracted controversy when she made a similar move when she became Prime Minister in 2016. And in the mid-1990s, the Tories attacked Blair, Tony B. Liar. When it emerged, he used a blind trust when leader of the opposition. Richmond MP Sunak, dubbed the Maharaja of the Dales, is a multi-millionaire in his own right thanks to his investment career before entering Parliament. His father-in-law is India's 6th wealthiest man thanks to his ownership of multinational business technology giants Infosys. It's just another example. You're meant to believe that it's blind trust. He doesn't know what's being invested, or which organisations or companies are being invested in, and it's just a total coincidence. That the company that's being heavily invested in, which has never released a product ever, happens to be at the forefront of the new vaccine revolution, mRNA revolution. Just a coincidence. And these MPs, they're all up to their necks in this. That I don't believe for 1 second that their goal is to make decisions and implement policy which is purely based on the betterment of the people. Don't believe that for a second. Bayer sues Divic vaccine makers over mRNA technology. Monsanto sued vaccine makers Pfizer, BioNTech and Moderna in Delaware federal court on Tuesday for allegedly misusing its messenger RNA technology in manufacturing their vaccines. The patent infringement lawsuit said the companies copied technology developed by Monsanto in the 1980s for strengthening mRNA in crops in order to stabilize the genetic material used in their vaccines. This is just a recent article, January the 6th, 2026. So, genetically modified organisms, that's what the technology is used for in crops. Now, we are told it doesn't modify our genetics. That's what we're told. But it certainly genetically engineers at a cellular level, engineers our cells to produce a protein which is completely foreign, synthetic, and as far as I can tell, hasn't been shown to exist in nature, only in computer models, gene banks. It's a construct of a computer database. It's like a Frankenstein virus. And the protein, this spike protein, again, this is my understanding of it, this is being produced, people are being engineered, genetically engineered to produce a foreign synthetic protein which doesn't exist in nature. And it just made us think, this whole Monsanto and the GMO foods, it just made us think you know, a lot of people think that these complete sickos see us as cattle, sheep, the farmers farming the masses, and I think it's even worse than that now. I think they see us as just crops, not even animals, crops. DARPA awards Mode-rna Therapeutics a grant for up to $25 million to develop messenger RNA therapeutics. Mode-rna Therapeutics, the company pioneering messenger RNA therapeutics, a revolutionary new treatment modality to enable the in vivo production of therapeutic proteins, announced today that the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, DARPA, has awarded the company up to $25 million to research and develop its messenger RNA therapeutics platform as a rapid and reliable way to make antibody producing drugs to protect against a wide range of known and unknown emerging infectious diseases and engineered biological threats. RNA therapeutics can be designed to tap directly into the body's natural processes to produce antibodies without exposing people to a weakened or inactivated virus or pathogen, as is the case with the vaccine approaches currently being tested. As a result, Mode-rna's messenger RNA therapeutics platform has the potential to speed the development and manufacture of treatments that can produce a safer, more reliable and more robust immune response than existing technologies. DARPA is the primary innovation engine of the Department of Defense. DARPA is responsible for the development of new technologies for use by the military. To deliver on its mission, DARPA challenges the status quo and thinks outside of and well beyond prevailing perspectives. The agency relies on diverse performers to apply multidisciplinary approaches to advance knowledge through basic research and to create innovative technologies that address current practical problems through applied research. DARPA is a project-based agency that sets challenging objectives with their grantees to achieve revolutionary capabilities. The agency's leadership regularly weighs the progress of each program in the context of their overall portfolio to make judgment calls to either redirect funding or to accelerate specific efforts. And then back in 2020, Mode-rna were awarded up to $56 million to enable small-scale, rapid mobile manufacturing. And then I found this sort of statement or this phrase quite interesting: bridging the valley of death. BARDA, which is another arm of the military-industrial complex, aims to support products that might otherwise struggle to get fully developed due to a high cost or low commercial viability. I thought that was interesting. Low commercial viability. They needed a big advert, a big commercial to get these products out. Otherwise, who on earth would have been open to the idea of this new technology? So, you hear a lot of people referring, or you hear some people, it depends what circles you move in, referring to this as a bio-weapon. Now, according to what we're told, a bioweapon actually is under international law. So remember, they set the terms of reference. It's just like they changed the definition of what a pandemic is, just as the pandemic was being rolled out. Changed the definition because it wasn't a pandemic by old standards. And they also changed the definition of a vaccine because they knew that this new injection didn't meet the old criteria of what a vaccine is. So they just they changed the terms of reference. They moved the goalposts. So it's not an old school vaccine, but they call it that, and then they can still call it anti-vax, even though it's not really a vaccine in the traditional sense. So under international law, the Biological Weapons Convention, a bioweapon is a biological agent or toxin intentionally designed to cause death, disease, death or harm in humans, animals or crops. I'm not sure there's any difference between humans, animals and crops in their eyes. So the key elements are intentional harm, pathogenic or toxic agent, and weaponization, and targeted hostile use. And what they say this mRNA is, technically, they say it's not a pathogen. It's a temporary genetic instruction molecule naturally present in all living cells. Obviously, the mRNA we're talking about here. Non-replicating, non-infectious, and this bit's significant, rapidly degraded by the body. That's the mRNA. Remember that the mRNA is the delivery, the instruction. By itself, mRNA cannot spread, cannot cause infection, and cannot act independently. And this is why we're told military agencies are involved. They do defense research, not weapons deployment. They focus on rapid responses to pandemics, bioterror threats, and emerging diseases. They fund platform technologies that can be adapted quickly. mRNA was attractive because it can be designed fast, manufactured rapidly, and reprogrammed for different threats. Once you've got the platform, you just put a different program into it. And it's like a software update, I suppose, if just to use computer jargon. I'm not saying that's what it is, but that's what it's like. Just a quick update. Boost. So they call it dual use research, not weaponization. And a lot of things have come out from military research. The internet, for example, GPS, nuclear energy. When I say most, I kind of can't qualify that statement. An awful lot of technology that you might not even realize comes out of the military. They use it first, and then when they have no need for it, or it becomes obsolete in their eyes, then they hand it down to us, and we buy it, and we think it's state of the art, but it's not. interesting example of this is the twin turntables, what you would think of as DJ equipment. That was a military technology before it was handed to us to use in the music industry. So what they would do is they would have two turntables and they would have coded messages on each. But each one on each turntable wouldn't make any sense. It would only be if they were played together and synchronized that the message would come through. So they were able to send coded messages in the intelligence community, and they wouldn't be able to decode them. They would be sent separately. Thought that was quite an interesting, unknown or little known fact about DJ equipment. So can a biological platform be misused? Platform, remember? The mRNA is just a platform. It's not the payload. In theory, any biological technology can be misused, including virology, gain-of-function research, gene editing, and even vaccines. But mRNA is a delivery instruction platform, not a harmful agent. Weaponizing biology would require pathogens, not mRNA instructions alone. Calling mRNA itself a bioweapon is like calling the syringe a weapon, or the software code a bomb. The danger lies in what is designed, not the medium itself. So what is being delivered is the question. Even without the question of whether or not you can call this a biological weapon, criticism or skepticism or reasons to maybe think twice would be things like, the emergency authorization processes, corporate and government relationships, liability shields. If they want a shield from liability, why? If it's so safe. Long-term safety data, the centralized decision making, and public consent or lack of, and coercion. All of these are reasonable questions. Public consent, there was no consent. It's impossible, because nobody knew what the long-term safety data was. It's impossible. So they say that it's, in and of itself, it's not a biological weapon. It's not a pathogen, it doesn't replicate, and it doesn't meet any legal definition. It was developed and deployed as a dual-use biomedical platform that was significantly advanced through defense and biodefense funding, then rolled out to the general population at unprecedented scale under emergency legal frameworks. Those frameworks shortened normal safety timelines, removed manufacturer liability, and limited meaningful public consent. That raises serious and legitimate questions about transparency, oversight, and what happens when defense-driven systems become normalized in public healthcare. But nobody was bothered. Nobody had any when I say nobody, the vast majority of the crop just turned up and trusted. Didn't ask any of these questions. All of these questions are legitimate questions which any normal thinking person should be asking before they inject themselves and their family with a potential harmful agent. A defense-orientated way of thinking was deployed. Operation Warp Speed. Speed Scale Emergency Authority was applied to public medicine without the usual level of public debate or long-term scrutiny. And once you normalise emergency measures, you lower the threshold for using them again. And this could become the new norm. That's something that everybody should have a genuine concern regarding. Deploying a defence-funded dual-use medical platform at population scale under emergency powers with reduced liability and limited consent. Again, that should concern anyone who cares about public oversight and bodily autonomy. But no, they wanted to put you in concentration camps, some people. Attacked by the media, attacked by the puppet politicians, attacked by friends and family, attacked by strangers on social media. Who decides how this technology is used, under what authority, and how often emergency powers become the new normal? Who decides? Let's see what Francis Boyle's got to say. He was an American human rights lawyer and professor of international law at the University of Illinois. He served as counsel for Bosnia and Herzegovina, sorry for the pronunciation, and supported the rights of Palestinians and indigenous people. He served on the board of directors of Amnesty International. He drafted the US domestic implementing legislation for the Biological Weapons Convention. That was approved unanimously by both houses of the US Congress and signed into law by our friend George H.W. Bush. Let's see what he's got to say.
The CDC has been up to its eyeballs in offensive biological warfare weapons going back to the Reagan administration, when the Reagan administration authorized the CDC, an American-type culture collection, to ship 40 shipments of weapons they knew were weapon-specific biological warfare agents to Saddam Hussein in Iraq, in the hope and expectation that he would weaponize them and use them against Iran. And then U.S. troops, after Gulf War I, went in there, blew these biowarfare labs up, and contaminated themselves.
Are there politicians, are there members of our federal government, I'm talking about, in the House of Representatives or in the United States Senate, that are on committees that had the intel about this gain-of-function weapon of biowarfare being manufactured, concocted, and whipped up at Fort Detrick, University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, that the FDA was involved? I mean, ostensibly, it would seem to me that there would be people inside of our government that would know and have a forethought that this was going to happen.
I think Senator Rand Paul, from what I've seen, is the one who has the best comprehension of what's going on here.
But did they know beforehand? Did they know that this was going to be developed at the time? I mean, would they have known this? Would they have received intel documents that said, hey, we're going to make a weapon of biowarfare here in the United States, we're going to ship it offshore, and then we're going to release it on the world population?
Well, Stu, I've been saying this for many years. If you take a look at there's a award-winning documentary called Anthrax Wars 2009 by Cohn and Nadler. You can get it online, dealing with the existential dangers presented by these BSL-3s and BSL-4s. And they asked me, because of my expertise, to consult with them. And at the end of this documentary, I say in the starkest terms possible, this is a catastrophe waiting to happen.
Catastrophe waiting to happen. Not sure exactly when that interview was carried out, but he didn't last much longer. Francis Boyle died January 30th, 2025. So I suppose by their strict terms of reference, you're not allowed to call it a bio weapon. But make your own mind up, I suppose. Catastrophe waiting to happen. So they told us that the mRNA is degraded within very, very quickly and efficiently. But that might not quite be the case. So this is an article from just recently, February the 2nd. We report the longest documented persistence of mRNA vaccine components to date, independently confirmed across multiple laboratories, biospecimens, and time points using diverse analytical methods. For years, the public was told that mRNA vaccine materials would degrade within days to weeks, rapidly broken down, biologically transient, and incapable of long-term persistence. That assumption shaped regulatory assurances, public messaging, and safety expectations worldwide. Billions across the globe received these injections based on the claim that the genetic material would quickly disappear from the body. Today, the narrative collapses following a coordinated multi-country investigative effort involving the McCullough Foundation, the Inmodia Laboratory in Germany, the Municipal Hospital Dresden, Neo7 Bioscience, and collaborating independent laboratories. The resultant paper presents what is, to our knowledge, the most comprehensive COVID-19 vaccine injury case report to date, involving more than 40 emergency department visits, over 200 specialist encounters across 18 medical disciplines, more than 100 laboratory investigations, more than 100 imaging studies, and serial blood and tissue sampling performed at multiple time points over more than 3.5 years. The findings reveal longitudinal molecular evidence that vaccine-derived mRNA, plasmid DNA fragments, and spike protein can persist in human blood and tissue more than 3.5 years after vaccination, independently confirmed across multiple laboratories using diverse analytical methods. The SARS-CoV-2 infection was effectively excluded. Nucleocapsid antibodies remained negative across 5 separate time points and 3 independent laboratories, and nucleocapsid protein was absent in tissue specimens despite the presence of spike protein deposition. So take a look at that article and that paper for yourself. again, I'm sure there'll be some counter narrative to this. Conclusion. This case documents the longest reported in vivo persistence of vaccine-derived mRNA, plasmid DNA fragments and spike protein following mRNA vaccination, with reproducible detection across multiple independent laboratories, distinct biological compartments, and complementary molecular detection systems extending beyond 3.5 years after the final dose. Spike protein, spike mRNA sequences, and plasmid backbone elements were identified in both immune cells and somatic tissue, with continued absence of SARS-CoV-2 nucleocapsid protein and antibodies, effectively excluding prior infection as the source. The convergence of these observations across longitudinal blood and tissue sampling provides direct evidence that mRNA vaccine-derived genetic material and its translated protein products can persist in vivo for years following administration. In parallel, multi-omic analysis revealed sustained genomic instability and transcriptomic dysregulation more than 3.5 years post-vaccination, suggesting that persistent vaccine-derived material may be associated with long-term alterations in host genomic and molecular pathways. These data challenge prevailing assumptions regarding rapid degradation and short-lived biological activity of mRNA vaccine components, and underscore the need for controlled longitudinal studies to determine prevalence, mechanisms, and clinical consequences of persistent vaccine-derived material. It's not what we were told, it would seem. And how can, you know, if this is, if this is, what's the word? If this is true, I suppose, for want of a better word, if this is true, then how was this not known? Because maybe because we didn't have any long-term studies, but it's just how could they be so reckless? How could this just be an accident? Oh, it was an emergency, and you know everything happened at the speed of science, warp speed, and we just, you know, we were in an emergency. It's so, you know, suck it up. that stood out to us when I was digging around some of the stuff that I've covered and remembering some of the kind of bizarre things that happened during the rollout of this bioweapon. I started seeing the name Shakespeare everywhere. I'm saying everywhere, in enough places for it to prick my interest. So we've seen that Nadim Zahawi was the vaccine minister. He was spearheading the rollout of the bioweapon to the general public of the United Kingdom, and he was the MP for Stratford upon Avon, which is Shakespeare country. So that was the first thing, the first Shakespeare. There was the first man. Was it in the world, or was it just in this country? I think it was the world. The first man in the world. He was in this country to get the bioweapon was called William Shakespeare. And then when I was reading about YouGov, he's the person that he founded YouGov with was called Shakespeare. Why is Shakespeare following this man around, and what's the relevance? Is there a relevance? So I started doing a bit. I'm sure there was another Shakespeare reference. But anyway, those three oddities were enough to get us just a little bit curious as to what's going on, why, and the fact that he was called William Shakespeare, the first man to get this bioweapon. The fact that he was called William Shakespeare it was just bizarre in itself. The whole world's a stage, but just odd, really odd, something that just stands out to you. If you don't believe in coincidences. So anyway, why Shakespeare? So I thought I'd go back to that sort of period in time, and I ended up coming across John Dee. Dee means black. John Dee, 1527 to 1609, was an English mathematician, astronomer, teacher, astrologer, occultist, and alchemist. He was the court astronomer for and advisor to Elizabeth I, and spent much of his time on alchemy, divination, and Hermetic philosophy. As an antiquarian, he had one of the largest libraries in England at the time. As a political advisor, he advocated the foundation of English colonies in the New World to form a British Empire, a term he is credited with coining. So I don't know if you haven't done much digging into this character. It's very interesting. Not a huge amount is known about him. Very interesting character. His library, I'm led to believe, his private library was, I think he had 4,000 books. And to put that into context, I think the biggest sort of library, establishment library at the time had, I think it was something like 200 books or something like that. And the average scholar would have 20 to 50 books. Chattel, like me and you, would have had no books. He had 4,000. Coined the term British Empire. When Elizabeth succeeded to the throne in 1558, Dee became her astrological and scientific advisor. He chose her coronation date and even became a Protestant. From the 1550s to the 1570s, he served as an advisor to England's voyages of discovery, providing technical aid in navigation. So, astrological and scientific advisor. So, astronomy and astrology back in that era, they would have been one and the same. Not just the sort of mathematical and study of the movement of the stars, but also the significance, the energy, and things like that. So, obviously, when he decided the coronation date, this was based on his, that sort of knowledge, and whether she believed it or not, maybe she just thought, well, can't do any harm. If there's nothing in it, no harm will come. If there is something in it, something good will come. I think she reigned for 45 years. Obviously, over time, astronomy and astrology have been separated, and obviously one's been demonized as, nonsense. He served as an advisor to England's voyages of discovery. So this was during the discovery of the Americas and the colonization. And before John Dee, our Navy didn't have any, it wasn't a superpower. And it was thanks to his expertise in navigation, using obviously mathematics, stars, and technology. He was able to transform the Navy into something, world-renowned, and ultimately aided in the defeat of the Spanish Armada. It's quite an important character. Became a Protestant because obviously this is the Reformation, and the Protestant Reformation, it's that era or just after, and you couldn't be into things like Hermetic philosophy and alchemy. That was a no-no. You had to obviously conform with the religion and the doctrines of the time. So this is why this sort of knowledge, alchemy, Hermetic philosophy, this is why it went, it was kept occulted, because that's the only way you could actually practice it or learn, gain knowledge, was in secrecy. So you weren't obviously slaughtered. He eventually left Elizabeth's service and went on a quest for knowledge of the occult and supernatural. He travelled through Europe and was accused of spying for the English crown. Upon his return to England, he found his home and library vandalised. He eventually returned to the Queen's service, but was turned away when she was succeeded by James I. In 1564, Dee wrote the Hermetic work Monas Hieroglyphica, the hieroglyphic monad, an exhaustive Christian Kabbalistic interpretation of a glyph of his own design, meant to express the mystical unity of all creation. So when he went on his quest for knowledge of the occult and the supernatural, he travelled around Europe, and he became involved in rituals to try and summons angels to communicate. He was somewhat obsessed with, spiritual, the spirit realm, spirituality, the supernatural, and he was convinced that it was possible to communicate with the spirits. He got involved with somebody whose name escapes me at the moment. I think it's on the next slide. And he travelled Europe, and he was accused of spying for the crown. And it was because of his interest in the occult and the supernatural. So the occult just means hidden, but obviously he was interested in the supernatural as well, which is just another part of hidden knowledge, I suppose. But obviously back in those days, you would be accused of being a witch. Hence, he was accused of being a charlatan, and his home was broken into and his library vandalised. But I think the Queen still took pity on him and gave him a sort of a modest role at a university in Manchester, just to make sure he didn't go completely bankrupt. So that it's a very interesting story. There is a one theory out there, because obviously you can't find that much. There's not that much documented. But one theory goes that his travelling through Europe in the quest for knowledge of the occult and supernatural was all a front. It was all just not the. He was obviously into acquiring lots of knowledge, but the supernatural element, trying to talk with angels and traveling Europe and he had access to royal courts around Europe because of his, he had a high sort of level of prestige, and until people thought he had gone crazy. So he had access, and was his obsession with the supernatural just a front for being able to travel under the radar and acquire knowledge and intelligence on on the political and what have you landscape of Europe, because this was just before the tensions between England and Spain. So that picture there is the monad. That's his creation. And it just reminded me of the High Priestess from the Tarot. The High Priestess being the sort of symbol of wisdom and intuition, if I'm not mistaken. And some say that the tool to access the spirit realm, or the unseen realm, is intuition. The third eye, so to speak, just knowing, acquiring information from the all mental universe. And that just remember that card, the High Priestess, because it shows up a little bit later as well. He was a popular figure in literary works by his contemporaries. And he has continued to feature in popular culture, particularly in fiction or fantasy set during his lifetime, or dealing with magic or the occult. William Shakespeare may have modelled the character of Prospero in The Tempest on John Dee. Some have claimed Dee was Ian Fleming's inspiration for his James Bond character. He also claimed that the 007 moniker originated as a symbol used by John Dee. There is evidence that Fleming read a memoir of Dee's about the time that he created the Bond character. So the 007, so this is allegedly what you would sign his communications. He would sign them 007 when he sent communications back to the Queen. The 00 was for your eyes only, and the 7 is the what do you call a pair of glasses that you hold up? You hold up a pair of glasses to your eyes, and you hold them with a stick, like a little stem, and that stem would be the number 7. Can't remember what they are called. So anyway, number 7 was his number as well, his lucky number. And this stems from the number 7 is obviously it's the combination of 3 and 4. So the number 3 is, well known to be a number of creation, the Holy Trinity, the magic number. And just to give an example of, and number 4. So 3 is the number of creation, and number 4 is the number of the physical, the physical realm, which is born out of the spiritual realm. Mind above matter, I suppose. There is something higher above matter. So 3 gives birth to 4. Obviously 4 follows 3. And probably the easiest sort of example to give of what his kind of the way this is symbolized in nature, in mathematics, in symbols, is the triangle. Obviously the triangle makes, it represents three sides, 3 angles, 3 lengths. And So if we look at that triangle on the screen there, it's got 3 triangles within it, 3 equal triangles within it. And then as a result of that, there's one more triangle. It's upside down. So you've only drawn the 3 triangles within the main triangle, but you're left with a 4th triangle. So the 3 contains the 4. The 3 gives birth to the 4. And the 3 represents the Holy Trinity, or your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions give birth to, what you manifest in the physical world. So you've always got a Trinity, and then 4 is representative of the material world. So you would have your 4 elements of the physical world: air, fire, water, earth. So that's the number 7. That's just a very, very, very basic explanation. That's why his number is the number 7. The triangular delta, the 4th letter of the Greek alphabet. So again, the delta, the triangle, is the 4th letter. So there's your 3 and 4 again. 4th letter of the Greek alphabet serves as Dee's most prevalent symbolic representation of self, often used in place of his name or signature. As with many early modern symbols, one sigil can provide multiple meanings. And then it led me on to Francis Bacon, who would seem to be kind of the next in line after John Dee. So Francis Bacon, born January 1561, lived until April 1626, was an English philosopher and statesman who served as Attorney General and Lord Chancellor of England under King James I. Bacon argued for the importance of natural philosophy, guided by the scientific method, and his works remained influential throughout the scientific revolution. He was a member of a group called the Knights of the Helmet, who took their name from the goddess Athena, who carried a spear and was known for shaking it. Both Apollo and Pallas Athena are known as shakers of the spear in classic tradition. The names William and Wilhelm are derived from the word helmet. So this is at the point, obviously Francis Bacon is associated with the scientific revolution, the scientific method, where you have reason and science. And prior to that, prior to the scientific revolution, my understanding is that, it was just men debating forever without actually going out into nature and actually carrying out experiments and testing theories. So Bacon, as I've said there, he had a group called Knights of the Helmet. So he obviously had some sort of inspiration from these classic characters. Shakers of the spear. The Knights of the Helmet took their name from the goddess Athena, who carried a spear and wore a helmet, which symbolizes secrecy. It's also, the helmet is often depicted as well with a mask over the front, so you could call it a mask, which symbolizes secrecy. According to tradition, one who wears the helmet of Athena becomes invisible. She shook her spear at fools and ruled through the intellect and man's wisdom. Some believe that an encounter with Pallas Athena gave Bacon his inspiration for his life's work, and putting away public applause, he wrote behind the identity of William Shakespeare. So again, you've got somebody who's speaking to gods or angels, goddesses. And the idea, this makes sense because the Hermetic, within Hermeticism, a true sort of scholar of Hermeticism, that's exactly how they would be. That's one of the, it's I wouldn't say tenets. It's a natural thing once you understand the ways of the Hermetic philosophy, and you through alchemy turn lead into gold and raise your level of consciousness. One of the things that happens is that you do not want public applause. You do not want hangers-on. You don't want to be a guru. You don't want any of that. You would rather just have a few authentic relationships and friendships. So this makes sense. Whether or not he spoke to Athena about this, who knows? So obviously the idea that Francis Bacon was the main writer behind William Shakespeare's works is obviously a well-known theory. Both Apollo and Athena are known as shakers of the spear in classic tradition. The spear represents a ray of light, a ray of wisdom, and they shake their spear at the dragon of ignorance, which is exactly what Ben Jonson says in his preface to the Shakespeare folio, to shake a lance at the dragon of ignorance. Bacon incorporated these key gods within a symbol, the double A headpiece, representing Apollo and Athena. Usually one of the A's is shaded, denoting a light and dark side. This symbol is found printed at the head of certain pages in the Shakespeare folio and among the acknowledged works of Francis Bacon. Of the two polarities, it was Pallas Athena that seemed to dominate Bacon's imagination. So this is the feminine aspect, I would say. So the symbology there of dark and light and the dragon of ignorance, this is all symbolic. We've seen this throughout history, this battle with a dragon, with a reptile, and it's just symbolic of George and the dragon. St. Michael and Satan. Satan is the serpent. light and dark is quite simply, the light is, you know, your consciousness, your ability to reason with your human brain, your neocortex, your frontal lobe. This is the reasoning part of the brain. This is your crown chakra. This is your third eye. The ignorance is the dragon, is the draconian, power-hungry, left-brained, egotistical maniac. The ego, the R complex, the reptile, the dragon of ignorance. People who are locked into their left brain and therefore into the R complex and identify with that, or that's where ignorant is, you know, that's where it resides. So this is just more occult symbology. But it's interesting, the shaker of the spear. To rid the world of ignorance. Apollo character represents medicine and healing, are associated with Apollo, whether through the god himself or mediated through his son Asclepius. Apollo delivered people from epidemics, yet he is also a god who could bring ill health and deadly plague with his arrows. Shoot those poisoned arrows. So, some of the key traits of Apollo, he's not necessarily a nice healer god. He's sovereign over life force, and his key traits are: he sends plagues with arrows. He removes plagues when appeased. When appeased. He is the god of measure, proportion, order. He passes healing knowledge to Asclepius. This makes Apollo the archetype of centralized authority over biological order. Top-down, priestly sanctioned healing. Definitely rings a bell. Centralized authority over biological order. Athena played a crucial role in the Trojan War. She was known for her strategic warfare and just decisions. Metaphorically, a Trojan horse has come to mean any trick or strategy that causes a target to invite a foe into a securely protected bastion or place. A malicious computer program that tricks users into willingly running it is. It is also called a Trojan horse or simply a Trojan. So, invite a foe into a securely protected bastion, like securely protected by your skin. A Trojan horse, something which is delivering something which has within it something that might cause harm. something that would be immediately rejected by your body if it wasn't wrapped within the nanoparticles, the Trojan horse, to deliver the payload before your body rejects it. Because if your body's meant to reject it, it shouldn't be in there. A Trojan horse. Another Greek mythology associated with poison is pharmakia. Refers to a nymph in Greek mythology associated with a poisonous spring near the river Ilissos in Athens. She is known for her connection to sorcery. A sorceress is one who dabbles in pharmakia, spells, magic, potions, elixirs. This figure becomes an early precursor to the modern witch. Pharmakia, from sacred craft, witchcraft, to moral threat, originally meant preparation of substances, ritual use of plants, minerals, potions, early chemistry and spirituality. Later, especially in biblical Greek, it becomes associated with sorcery, deception, manipulation, and mind alteration. Once drug knowledge moves from community to priesthood, from nature to institution, and from intuition to authority, it becomes morally charged. That's when pharmakia turns from craft into crime. Pharmakia, where the word pharmacy, pharmaceuticals comes from. Apollo versus the old feminine healers. Before Apollo, healing knowledge was more associated with the feminine kind of, mythological goddesses, plant-based, and then you could see Apollo, who was a solar god. Represents a solar takeover, light over earth, order over chaos, law over intuition. So these are the masculine energies of the solar energy force, which, if out of control, becomes controlling. And that's where we seem to be, certainly at the moment, where everything's, it's all about order and law. It's not about health anymore. So symbolically, Apollo centralizes healing, and pharmakia becomes regulated. Unauthorized healers become witches, and this pattern seems to repeat constantly in history, and that's what you would call people these days, natural healers. And they do like to call them some sort of witchcraft. And this sort of modern symbolism seems to constantly reappear. It persists. White coats are like priestly purity, centralized approval. The oracles. the industry doesn't consciously worship Apollo in like a cartoon way, but it inherits its archetype. Those who decide what heals, what harms, and who is authorized to administer it, that's Apollo's domain. And when Apollo and Pharmakia are paired, and again I'm speaking symbolically, then you're left with something which is unified control of medicine, knowledge that can cure or poison, authority justified as order and health, moral ambiguity hidden behind science, alleged science. It's a phrase that feels mythical. Apollo Pharmakia, that is. It's a phrase that feels mythic because it taps something real. Medicine has always been a gatekeeping power over populations. It's never neutral. So, just a bit of a dive into these archetypes that Bacon and the Knights of the Helmet were influenced by. So this is a period when the scientific revolution, as I understand it. So we've had the Reformation, we're in the Renaissance, we've got the scientific revolution, which is the scientific method, which is experimentation, repeat until you get the same results. And the introduction of Shakespeare, which was to ultimately transform the masses of the country at the time spoke very vulgar English and sometimes probably couldn't even understand each other. Bit like going down Newcastle on a Saturday night. So the idea was to inject, proper English into society through Shakespeare's writings, plays. That's how you get information out. Back in those days, you didn't have Netflix, propaganda. They used plays and theatre to do what television does today. And that was the purpose of Shakespeare. And this was all part of the British Empire, building the British Empire, technological advancement within the Navy, navigation, literature, language, science, Reformation, glorious revolution. This was all kind of social engineering, I suppose, and trying to evolve, I guess. But you couldn't have a British Empire without the language and the linguistics need to go with it. Was there anything else I was going to say on that? So the science was, again, we still have or allegedly have this scientific method today. Now, these two characters, again, there's not much that's really known about John Dee. But a lot, a lot of people think there was some sort of passing of a lantern. This is an entry in John Dee's journal. It's not definitive proof, but it's certainly, obviously there was a meeting, an exchange, and how much was exchanged, who knows. But obviously, Francis Bacon was, he still had obviously a spiritual side to his thinking. He wasn't pure scientism. And how much occult knowledge and esoteric forbidden wisdom has possibly been handed down to the person who was responsible for all this huge part of history. Obviously, John Dee was persecuted and pretty much lost everything due to his supernatural beliefs. So obviously, anything of that nature, any type of discovery of that nature, was always going to be kept within the secret circles of the Knights of the Helmet. So there was an entry in the journal of English alchemist John Dee that English philosopher Sir Francis Bacon and Dee met at Mortlake. The young Bacon came to the famous alchemist to learn about the ancient Hebrew esoteric numerical code known as the Gematria, one of the oldest cipher systems known, dating from 700 BCE. Esoteric themes are threaded through much of Bacon's writing, and we can only guess at Dee's influence. What if the true origins of the modern world weren't forged in daylight but in shadow? What if the rational age we call the Enlightenment was seeded not by science alone, but by mystics, cipher makers, and occult philosophers, men who wore masks and used theatre to reveal forbidden truths? Long before the names Voltaire or Newton would change history, a lantern changed hands. It was the night that John Dee, court astrologer, hermetic scholar, and rumoured secret agent of Queen Elizabeth, passed the torch of esoteric wisdom to a young, brilliant mind, Francis Bacon. This moment, whether literal or symbolic, represents something more than a personal exchange. It was the initiation of a new philosophical lineage, a torch lit in secrecy, intended to ignite the world. Your ideas are dangerous for you personally. You know that, Francis, don't you? Dee warned. His eyes narrow beneath the brim of his wide hat. They are heretical in the eyes of the church, and certain to be ridiculed in the halls of learning. Yes, Bacon replied, quietly gazing into the small flame of the lantern. and yet the truth must outlive fear. Dee leaned in, lowering his voice. You are challenging the very foundation of many academic careers and the religious beliefs of the majority of people, not to mention the monarchy. I hope you realize this. I do, but I will do what I feel is right, without regard for the consequences. As Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, you have the right to act, but not to the fruits of your action. Dee exhaled deeply, then allowed the edge of a smile. Quoting the Vedas in Tudor England, you truly are a dangerous man. He paused, his mind drifted momentarily to the mystery of Bacon's birth. If the rumours were true, the boy was not only gifted, he was marked. Just promise me, Dee said gravely, that you will not act rashly. You are too valuable. This is not a tolerant society. Bacon nodded. I promise I will act wisely, but never timidly. Dee leaned back, holding up one of Bacon's manuscripts. Now this plan of yours, the great instauration, 6 steps, like Genesis itself, ambitious. Will you really try to revive the secret society tradition? Bacon smiled faintly. Perhaps I am not sure yet. I would like to travel abroad and meet with some of the small pockets of spiritual tradition you have told me still exist on the continent. I have some ideas. Inspired by St. George and the Knights Templar, I believe symbols are important. Coincidentally, Shakespeare's date of birth is unknown, but is traditionally observed on the 23rd of April, St. George's Day. So again, this is more sun, dragon symbolism, Shakespeare's date of birth. Back to the exchange. Ah, yes, the knight who kills the dragon of ignorance is very fitting. Quite appropriate, I think. Do you recall the story of the goddess Pallas Athena in Greek mythology? Asked Dee. She is the feminine equivalent of St. George. Of course, Pallas Athena, shaker of the spear, shaking ignorance from the serpent and bringing knowledge instead. The 10th muse who incorporates the first 9. I often dream about visiting her, Bacon added. Really? Well, Athena and Apollo together were the god and goddess of wisdom and intelligence, inspiration and illumination. Apollo was the patron of poetry, his sister Athena the patron of the arts and sciences. They were the only gods with temples at the twin-peaked Mount Parnassus, sacred mountain of poetic inspiration. They were often joined there by Dionysus and Apollo's son, the god of ecstasy and the god of healing, Bacon said, nodding. Exactly, and all of them are spear shakers, children of light, aspects of the Virgin Mother, Athena. So Athena is another archetype of the Virgin Mary. Bacon smiled. The mythology is powerful, as are the symbols. They give us a way to communicate knowledge and wisdom to those who are not widely read, but can understand images. Dee tapped the edge of the lantern. Yes, in that regard, Francis, I have a question. Your notes mention the conscious use of plays and the theatre as part of your method. Most interesting, most innovative. Could you elaborate? It's a novel approach in our time, and yet an ancient one. This relates to my final point. How do we bring this all about in practice? My answer is that what I call the Great Instauration. A 6-step strategy modelled on the 6 days of creation. Knowledge presented should be half open and half concealed, because the only way to truly learn is to figure it out for yourself. Half the method should appeal to the intellect with weighty arguments, and half should appeal to the intuition, to the sublime. This is where poetry, allegory, and the theatre become essential. So I found that extremely interesting. Knowledge presented should be half open and half concealed. It's the only way to truly learn. And you should be learning through your intellect and your intuition. Again, this is the left and the right brain in harmony, in balance, to fire the neocortex and to defeat the dragon of the ego, of the ignorant ego, who will ignore anything just to be right. And it kind of feels like hidden in plain sight, where you hide the truth in plain sight, but you make people work it out for themselves. Back to the story. Dee raised an eyebrow, and so that is why you say the arts and the sciences are equally important in your approach. Correct. And Pallas Athena was the patron of the arts and the sciences. Therefore, I have in fact adopted her as my personal muse. So this is why the arts are equally as important. Entertainment, theatre, movies, television, programming, symbols as code. And when I say program, what I mean, it can be used for negative purposes as well. All of these things, channeling propaganda. They knew this a long time ago. Entertainment is a good use of education, but that could be positive or negative education. Well, it's not education if it's negative, but you know what I mean. Bacon believed that knowledge must speak to both the head and the heart. Pure reason was insufficient. To transform society, ideas must be transmitted symbolically through theatre, poetry, and allegory. Knowledge presented should be half open and half concealed, he wrote, because the only way to truly learn is to figure it out for yourself. This was not just a philosophical musing. Many speculate that Bacon had a hand in authoring or inspiring the works attributed to Shakespeare, plays that encode political philosophy, natural law, something else that went underground or occulted, alchemical symbolism. The theatre became the temple, the stage, a coded university for the initiated. To uplift the masses, Bacon proposed what he called the Great Instauration, a 6-step reformation modelled on the 6 days of creation. The aim was nothing less than a rebirth of the world, uniting the arts and sciences into a new civilization guided by wisdom. Reformation, reform. His utopian vision would later crystallize the new Atlantis, a symbolic narrative in which a secretive island civilization preserves lost knowledge and unites scientific research with spiritual purpose. This work would go on to influence Enlightenment thinkers and directly inspire the architects of the American experiment. Thomas Jefferson, who considered Bacon one of the greatest men in history, modelled his personal library around Bacon's classification of knowledge. In correspondence and writings, Jefferson placed Bacon alongside Locke and Newton as foundational figures in the development of reason, science, and moral philosophy. Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Paine both engaged with Enlightenment and Masonic currents. They were also directly influenced through the Rosicrucian and Freemasonic dissemination of Baconian ideas. Franklin's involvement with scientific societies and civic planning reflected the same union of rational inquiry and public good advocated by New Atlantis. Paine's vision of a rational republic echoed many of Bacon's principles of moral science and self-governance, natural law. What happened to all of that? In many ways, this was a prototype, not just for America, but the very idea that the future could be deliberately designed through enlightened thought and civic virtue. There are whispers in the margins of history that Francis Bacon was not merely a philosopher, but a prince in disguise. Some claim he was the secret son of Queen Elizabeth I. If true, it would make him a hidden heir to a kingdom he could never openly claim. It would also explain the gravity of his mission. John Dee, for his part, signed a secret correspondence with the code 007, a symbol of his eyes-only relationship with the Queen. This cipher would one day be repurposed by Ian Fleming, as I've mentioned, whose James Bond was modelled on the archetype of the secret guardian of empire. Dee and Bacon, the original agents of illumination, operated in a world where knowledge was forbidden, encrypted and dangerous, and yet they laid the foundations for the world we now live in. What Bacon attempted, the fusion of science, spirit, reason and myth, remains incomplete. We live in a fragmented age where the arts and sciences have been divorced, where reason is weaponized but rarely guided by wisdom. But the lantern still burns. It flickers in the hands of those willing to read between the lines, to see beyond the veil, to remember that civilization advances not just through facts but through meaning. And it would just seem, it seems pretty obvious that, the material, the physical element of science, what you can measure in the physical world with the extensions of the five senses, technology, scientific technology, the extension of the five senses in the physical world. But these men wanted to, study the metaphysical world, and that And that is, you know, that's what got occulted. And it's stayed that way, really. What is the nature of reality? What governs us? So, if we move on, if we look at, obviously, the lineage between the Rosicrucian Manifesto and the Royal Society. So we know that Francis Bacon's inner circle commonly, can't say that word, commonly linked to early Rosicrucian ideology. The Invisible College, as it was then known, which was a precursor to the Royal Society, and Bacon's mythological framing of initiates as gods shaping civilization. So that's what they thought they were. Magicians, influence and change, using in accordance with the will of nature. Some writers call this circle the Olympians. I've highlighted that one. Come back to that. The gods, the wise, the invisible ones, with their helmet and their mask and their secrecy. Not because they literally called themselves that publicly, but because Bacon deliberately framed his project in classical mythological language. The Rosicrucian Manifesto and the Royal Society lineage. John Dee, the idea of a hidden priesthood of knowledge. John Dee establishes the template, not the institution, the template. Key contributions, knowledge as divine, mathematical and cosmological. The idea that true wisdom must be hidden from the vulgar. A belief in a transnational brotherhood of the wise. He explicitly believed learned men across Europe were secretly in contact. Dee never founds a society we can point to, but he normalizes three ideas. Knowledge is ancient and pre-Christian. It is preserved by a small initiated elite. It must operate behind crowns and churches. Francis Bacon. Myth, reform, and the invisible college. Francis Bacon takes Dee's metaphysical priesthood and repackages it for a new age. Where Dee speaks in angels, Bacon speaks in Greek myth, allegory, utopian science, legal and political language. Bacon's core move, a great instauration, a total reform of knowledge, education, governance, science, language itself. He explicitly says this reform cannot be done publicly at first. Enter the invisible college. Small groups of learned men, working anonymously, advancing knowledge quietly, influencing the world indirectly. Occultists, social engineers, hidden. The term invisible college is later used verbatim by 17th century natural philosophers. New Atlantis, the Rosicrucian moment, House of Solomon. In New Atlantis, Bacon describes Solomon's house, a secretive institution that gathers knowledge from around the world, conducts experiments, controls what knowledge is released to the public, serves the moral improvement of society. This text appears right before the Rosicrucian Manifestos explode onto the European scene. So remember, this is the precursor to the Royal Society, controlling what knowledge is released to the public. The Rosicrucian Manifestos, 1614 to 1616. Three core texts. I'm not going to try and pronounce these, so I'll say the translation. Report of the Fraternity of the Rose Cross. Declaring the existence of a secret brotherhood. The chemical wedding of the husband and the bride. This is the yin and the yang, the masculine and the feminine, the material and the spiritual, the fact-based reasoning and the intuition. They promote a hidden brotherhood devoted to universal knowledge, operating invisibly, seeking the reform of Europe, combining science, alchemy, medicine, and theology. Sound familiar? Most historians agree the Rosicrucians were initially literary, ideological, not a mass organization. They were influenced by Baconian reformist ideas. They functioned as a signal to like-minded intellectuals. In other words, a manifesto to attract the right minds. This is where myth becomes recruitment technology. From Rosicrucian ideal comes practical collaboration. After the manifesto period, people start writing letters, forming circles. Networks of scholars quietly correspond. The language shifts from alchemy to experiment. Mysticism is slowly internalized, not abandoned. This is where the Rosicrucians' aesthetic fades, but the method survives. The Invisible College transforms into the Royal Society. By the 1640s to 50s in England, groups of natural philosophers explicitly refer to themselves as the Invisible College. Figures like Robert Boyle, John Wilkins, Christopher Wren are involved. Many are sympathetic to Rosicrucian ideas, even if cautious publicly. The Royal Society is formally chartered. Secrecy turns into institutional legitimacy. Allegory turns into experiment. Myth turns into method. What stays the same? Elite membership, controlled dissemination of knowledge, belief that knowledge equals power to shape society. The Royal Society is not Rosicrucian per se, but it inherits the structure once the climate becomes safe. Why this looks occult even when it goes public? Because symbolism didn't disappear, it went underground. Initiation shifted from ritual to education. Authority shifted from priest to expert. The experts. The form changes, the hierarchy doesn't. Put simply, D is the idea of hidden sacred knowledge. Bacon is the coded reform and invisible institutions. The Rosicrucian manifestos are the mythical broadcast to attract minds. Invisible College is the practical collaborations behind the scenes. The Royal Society is the formalized, state-sanctioned version. That's the current. Not a single secret cabal, but a continuity of method. So before I kind of make me point on all of this Shakespeare stuff and the Reformation and the scientific revolution and another event which happened during that time was, or soon after it, I think it was 1688, was the Glorious Revolution. The Glorious Revolution was when the monarch of the time abdicated through force, I think is the right word, through a revolution of the people. And it was during this time, this glorious revolution, that our current democratic system was embedded, so that the more sovereignty was given to the government above the sovereign. I may not have summarized it perfectly there, but there was a somewhat of a power shift from the monarch to the government, and obviously democracy, power power of the people, I suppose was our current system was born during that period. I would suggest. So again, huge political shift as well during this period. And what was I said right at the beginning when I was going through Zahawi, Nadim Zahawi, and he made a comment, obviously this is in the article, about us needing a glorious revolution. So there's you've got the reform under Bacon's era, the glorious revolution, and all of this coded language, which seems, I mean, he could just be using it because it's part of our history, but it seems like a sign, intuitively speaking. So just a very quick look at the Royal Society. I don't want to spend too long on this. I already have. So we've seen that these secret societies who have a hidden element to them, social engineers. Let's see what was going on during the 2020 Psy-Op. The Royal Society's Science and Emergency Tasking Group, SET, interesting name, given that you're meant to be spear shakers, that you would use the term SET, which was the sun's enemy, published a report titled Vaccine Deployment, Behaviour, Ethics, Misinformation and Policy Strategies, led by sociologist Melinda Mills. The report examined behaviour and policy issues surrounding vaccine updates, including how governments might respond to misinformation online. Commentators such as former Supreme Court Justice Jonathan Sumption subsequently discussed the limits of regulating online content, arguing in a 2021 opinion column that science advances by confronting contrary arguments, not by suppressing them. So I remember Jonathan Sumption being quite vocal during the lockdowns, and this had nothing to do, at this point, this had nothing to do with vaccines. It was before the bioweapon had been introduced. He was arguing against lockdowns. He went very quiet once the experiment started. But he's right, in my opinion. Science advances by confronting contrary arguments, not by suppressing them. That's not science. Suppressing debate, and you don't need to if you're so right. And this Melinda Mills has also conducted research in public health policy, emergency and pandemic responses, including life expectancy losses, social networks, demographic science and fatality rates, COVID-19 certificates, misinformation and social media use, inequality and adherence to non-pharmaceutical interventions, which are all absolute nonsense, geospatial forecasting and hospital demand, gender differences in sleep disruption, and led Royal Society reports on face coverings, vaccine deployments and vaccine passports. So, proper establishment social engineer. NPIs, nonsense. Face coverings, absolute. This is not science. Not science. This is social engineering. Vaccine passports. But you need to censor any opposing voices. Face coverings or masks or Athena masks. Masks which make you invisible, i.e. anonymous. Mills, there she is. I've put a medal on her. So this whole Shakespeare and light and dark 007, it just reminded me of a video that I came across a while back.
Heaven and earth. These late eclipses of the sun and moon portend no good to us.
Terrene moon is now eclipsed.
Anyhow, I take my leave of thee, fair son. Born to eclipse thy life this afternoon.
Disasters in the sun, and the moist star, upon whose influence Neptune's empire stands, was sick almost to doomsday with eclipse.
Clouds and eclipses stain both moon and sun, and loathsome canker lives in sweetest bud. Nativity, once in the main of light, crawls to maturity, wherewith being crowned, crooked eclipses gainst his glory fight, and time that gave doth now his gift confound. The mortal moon hath her eclipse endured, and the sad augurs mock their own presage.
There is a mythical battle between the light and dark, good and evil, in the Bond films.
The name's Bond. James Bond.
My name is Bond. James Bond.
My name is Bond. James Bond.
Bond. James Bond.
Bond. James Bond.
The man who cannot die.
So I thought, so this idea of the eclipse, again, the darkness overtaking the light, seems to be obviously a theme in Shakespeare's works. We saw there the reference to the High Priestess in the tarot to James Bond, and James Bond has the same initials there as the two pillars, the twin towers of B and J. And interestingly, John Dee, D means black, so if you just use the word black, John Black, JB, James Bond. So another connection there. And the black and white should be bonded together. These are the feminine and the masculine qualities. And if one takes over, then you fall into darkness and ignorance. And the eclipse, whenever there's a full eclipse, as you can see there, it creates a corona or a coronavirus, an eclipse. The light goes out, ignorance takes over. So, where am I going with this? This is as Bacon says or said, only some of the truth should be out there. People should learn for themselves using their facts and intuition. And symbology and allegory are key ways to educate people. The arts. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to look at Shakespeare and some other odd things that were happening around about the time of the rollout of the bioweapon. So, what's this got to do with anything? William Bill Shakespeare was the first man in the world revolutionizing medicine straight out of England. First man in the world to receive a government-approved Divic vaccine. He received the Pfizer BioNTech jab on December the 8th, 2020, shortly after 91-year-old Margaret Keenan, who was the first person overall to get vaccinated. So Bill wasn't first, but he was the first man. At 6:31 a.m. earlier riser Margaret, known to friends and family as Maggie, thanks for that, was given the life-saving jab by nurse May Parsons at her local hospital in Coventry. Maggie, who turns 91 next week, is a former jewellery shop assistant who only retired 4 years ago. She has a daughter, a son and 4 grandchildren and is looking forward to being able to go out with them again. So, 6:31. Well, firstly, Margaret's 91, so there's another 19 there for you, reversed. 6:31 is a 9 and a 1. There's another 19 there for you. Maggie turns 91, there's another 19 for you. There she is there's Maggie and good old William Shakespeare being injected into the triangle delta muscle, into the John Dee, and before the spear or the poisoned arrow is injected, the contents should be mixed, not shaken, but mixed. So they are somewhat shaken, I suppose, but I may be stretching. It's just odd. You shake it before you spear it. You mix it. You do shake it slowly. That's what that motion is. Into the delta, which then became, following the mass release of the bioweapon, the delta, the John Dee variant became the prominent variant. Why I forgot Rod Stewart. So it's just odd. Why do we need to know that Margaret is known as Maggie? I mean, did she specifically say that? Can you call us Maggie in the article? Who knows? And then the nurse was called May. Maggie May. Maggie and May. Maggie May was a song by Rod Stewart. And the character, Maggie May, was an older woman who good old Rod Spear, good old Rod lost his virginity to. So there's a virgin element to that. Again, this might just be some sort of strange synchronicity. I'm not suggesting that people are sitting around a table saying, make sure she's called Maggie and the nurse is called May. It's just odd. Could just be a synchronicity. Straight into the delta muscle. Why December the 8th? While most consistently church-going Catholics will know this, it is a common misconception that the feast of the Immaculate Conception, the holy day of the obligation taking place December the 8th, refers to the conception of Jesus. It is easy to understand why Jesus was conceived by the Holy Spirit in the womb of the Virgin Mary. That is certainly immaculate. However, the feast of the Immaculate Conception actually refers to the conception of Mary, that she was preserved as a perfect vessel for the God to enter the world free from original sin. Athena is also the Virgin Mother. Maggie became the perfect vessel for their God. So it's odd, again, another coincidence that Athena is the Virgin Mother, just like Mary, and it was on the feast of the Virgin Mary that this ritual took place. Now, what I then thought, well, what about the woman? Surely, if names are important, if this is all symbolic, some sort of symbolic ritual, what about the woman? Margaret Keenan. So this is not absolutely the same in terms of the spelling of the surname, but phonetically, it's the same. In Ireland and parts of Scotland, a traditional part of mourning is the keening woman. Irish legend speaks of a lament being sung by a fairy woman or a banshee. She would sing it when a family member died or was about to die, even if the person had died far away and news of their death had not yet come. In those cases, her wailing would be the first warning the household had of the death. The banshee is also a predictor of death. If someone is about to enter a situation where it is unlikely they will come out alive, she will warn people by screaming or wailing, giving rise to a banshee also being known as a wailing woman. And again, odd. Very, very odd. This ritual also has the name of a death warning, and so you get the warning first. Did you heed the warning? There's Maggie, looking very much like the Virgin Mother, with a invisible helmet mask on. Anonymous mask, being invisible. Nobody knows who anybody was. Anyway, all very odd. And then, if things weren't odd enough, I just thought this was worth showing. Windsor Castle, the Queen led the lighting of the principal Jubilee beacon from Windsor Castle at the end of the first day of the Platinum Jubilee celebrations. This was June 2nd, 2022. Pretty much everybody who was going to take part in the experiment had taken part at this point.
Your Majesty, the Commonwealth of Nations globe.
Why does it look like a double helix, but with some sort of third strand to it? And why does it light up what looks like a tree of life, but some sort of weird, twisted, fake, non-natural tree of life? All very symbolic. I mean, it looks pathetic, doesn't it? The whole thing looks totally pathetic. It's like some sort of Disney sort of celebration when you go to Disney. But these things, nothing does not have meaning with these people. Dates, everything that is hidden knowledge, things like astrology and the significance of dates and gematria, symbolism. It's all very, very important to these freaks, and none of that was by accident. Very, very creepy. It's like we're being mocked. It's like they're laughing at us.
Just simple words there, reacting it. You're quite emotional about that.
Well, it's just, it's been such a tough year for so many people, and there's William Shakespeare putting it so simply for everybody that, we can get on with our lives. And there's still a few months to go. I've still got this worry that we can't blow it now, Piers. We've still got to get the vaccine to millions of people, and so we've got to keep sticking by the rules. But it's just, there's so much work gone into this, and I'm really, really, it makes you proud to be British.
Proud to be British, yeah. Literally laughing, pretending to cry, fake crying, very, very, very bad acting. There will be in the next generation or so a pharmacological method of making people love their servitude and producing dictatorship without tears, so to speak, producing a kind of painless concentration camp for entire societies so that people will in fact have their liberties taken away from them, but will rather enjoy it because they will be distracted from any desire to rebel by propaganda or brainwashing enhanced by pharmacological methods. And this seems to be the final revolution, glorious revolution, not for us. And again, I'm not coming to any final conclusions. The only conclusion I've come to, which I'm 99.999% certain of, is that this was nothing about your health. The establishment does not care about whether you live or whether you die. They're bothered about control. And it would seem to me that ever since the Psy-Op, and there could be many reasons for this, but it does seem like an eclipse, a grand eclipse of consciousness. The lights are going out. everybody, not necessarily everybody, a lot of people seem to be picking up on some sort of darkness. You can't reason with people. People are decision making seems off. Happiness seems rare. Like I say, you can't reason with people. I've had some bizarre experiences when it comes to reasoning, reasonable behavior, reasonable decision making. It is like the dragon or the reptile or the ego has taken hold and has eclipsed the light. But it could just be me. Operation Shakespeare. That's what I like to call it. This was just something I happened to be listening to at the time I put this presentation together. Now, we know that the UK government is funding a geoengineering project to block out the sun. And it's called Satan. That's what the acronym is. Satan. Just another coincidence. Satan. You know, the serpent. The opposer of light. The dragon. Satan, blocking out the sun, blocking out St. George. So anyway, I was listening to this podcast, Crow 777, really good podcast. If you haven't checked it out, I would do. Jeff Blake was on it. He's a research scientist with multiple international patents in the field of cold plasma ion generation for air and surface purification. He's discussing field theory and electromagnetic output. Field theory is a fundamental framework in physics that describes how physical fields interact with matter. It encompasses various types of fields, including classical and quantum fields, and is essential for understanding the fundamental forces of nature. Field theory has revolutionized our understanding of the universe, providing insights into both macroscopic and microscopic phenomena. It remains a cornerstone of modern physics, guiding research in various scientific disciplines. Sounds very much like the sort of thing John Dee and Francis Bacon would be into.
Our understanding in our group is that whatever this ancient power structure is that's influencing mankind, and they control the economic structure, governmental behavior, they control the paradigm, news media, commercialized news media corporations, academia, medicine. This power structure must know a little bit of field theory science because they confiscated a lot of the works and prototypes and lab equipment of these great minds in the late 1920s.
Well, they had to know the value to know they wanted to stop it, right? So they had to know the value in advance.
Yes, they have to. They have this unlimited budget and atmospheric salting and then messenger RNA, which is very fascinating, what they're doing to human, plant, and animal DNA. So I think they want to keep this power structure, but they realize in counter space that this is timing for human society to be elevated at a next level of consciousness. Some communities use the term vibration or a transition to a higher dimension. these are probably all cousin phraseologies, but the same thing, they must be aware of this, and they're like, oh, no, we're not going to allow humanity to have this uplifting of spiritual awareness, this higher vibration, dimensional, not under our shift. So we're using unlimited budgets. We're using our 300,000 plus scientists, brightest minds of the world. We're using DARPA, military research programs. We want to keep our power structure, and we're going to do everything possible to interfere with what's happening in counter space and electromagnetic output and communication to DNA. We're going to arrest or stop that, or start inserting messenger RNA to change human DNA to respond to our 5-6G satellite system, which is an artificial signature database projection in the sun, which is analog. And that's our understanding. They're very high tech. They are 80 to 100 years more advanced than we're led to believe. And they want to maintain this power structure and keep humanity at an arrested development state so they can maintain their power control. And they don't want us collectively elevated that we're meant to be at the next level.
So what he's talking about is, what was the phrase? Electromagnetic frequencies and an information transfer through DNA coming from the energy field of the sun. So the idea that there can be, it's on the horizon, that there's going to be a shift in consciousness through the energy field of the sun, and an information transfer through DNA. And he mentions there the mRNA technology. Are they trying to get into the DNA to block this uplift, this transfer of information through DNA to uplift humanity? Which is just part of, I would guess, part of a natural cycle, like everything else in nature, because we are at the dregs of consciousness right now, in my opinion. It can't go any lower. And I would guess that we're due an upgrade. The pendulum needs to swing. And this kind of all fits in with all of this coding and terminology and the symbolism. Satan blocking out the sun, don't want the sun to give us this upgrade, this energy transfer. Shakespeare, the shake the spear before you shake it before you spear it, in the face of ignorance. But they didn't heed the warning. They didn't heed the banshee wailing over the hills, the keening, and something is going to keep you in ignorance and block out that lift in consciousness. George is not going to defeat the dragon. The poisoned arrows, the bringer of plagues, Apollo. If he's not appeased, he can bring the plagues. So this is all just bizarre. But that's my current, maybe a stretch, Operation Shakespeare, to keep keep humanity in a somewhat arrested state of development. Words he used, I use that word, you can see that everywhere. Ignorance. Ignorance is definitely on the increase. And just for those people who still think injecting poisons is a healthy way and a healthy way to live, and you will always have better outcomes than people who decide not to put toxins and adjuvants into their body.
Publishing something like that, I might as well retire. I'd be finished.
I mean, I'm just curious. What in this data makes you think it will be as catastrophic to your career as you think?
What was he so afraid of? The study was a bombshell.
18,468 subjects, 1,957 of them were fully unvaccinated. When comparing the health outcomes of the vaccinated versus the unvaccinated, they found an increased risk in the vaccinated of several chronic health conditions. The vaccinated subjects were over 4 times more likely to have an asthma diagnosis.
4.29 times in the adjusted. And that seems, I've looked at a lot of studies, that's 3.26 to 5.65.
They also found 3 times the risk for atopic diseases,
which is kind of a subset of allergic diseases.
They found almost 6 times risk for autoimmune disease.
The autoimmune diseases this paper looked at include thrombocytopenic purpura, rheumatoid arthritis, SLE, systemic lupus erythematosus, MS, multiple sclerosis, and Guillain-Barré syndrome. They mentioned there are over 80 different autoimmune diseases, and what their data showed for autoimmunity, 6 times increase in those who got vaccines when compared to the unvaccinated.
Which is staggering, because autoimmune disorders really represent significant morbidity and health costs and suffering, accrued over a lifetime.
Neurodevelopmental disorders. What kind of numbers are we talking about? Do you remember?
5.5 times risk for neurodevelopmental disorders.
We know that the immune system is intimately connected with both brain development and brain functioning. And so when the immune system gets triggered by illness, potentially by vaccination, you can get neuropsychiatric symptoms, presumably related to brain inflammation and, immune processes in the brain.
2.92 times the amount of motor disabilities. 4.47 times the amount of speech disorders in the vaccinated compared to the unvaccinated.
3 times the rate of developmental delay.
They found the same things I found related to allergy and autoimmunity. Also, 6 times more acute and chronic ear infections.
Interestingly, there were several health conditions where they couldn't even do this analysis because there were none in the unvaccinated group. The way that the mathematical formulas work, you can't have a 0 in any one group and be able to compare risk.
For example, there were 262 children who had ADHD in the vaccinated group. Amongst the unvaccinated group, there were 0 cases of ADHD. 0.
These ones are just mind-boggling. These conditions were not found at all in almost 2,000 unvaccinated kids. 0 brain dysfunction, 0 diabetes, 0 behavioral problems, 0 learning disabilities, 0 intellectual disabilities, 0 tics, and 0 other psychological disabilities in the unvaccinated.
So there you have it. Still get, an extreme amount of abuse of people who are still follow the religion of vaccination. clip there was from a documentary called An Inconvenient Study. That clip there showed obviously no exposure to vaccines versus people, you know, who have had their routine schedules, and notice at the beginning, nothing in the study surprises us. Nothing in the documentary surprises us, to be honest. But the biggest takeaway from that clip is what the doctor at the very beginning says. If I publish that, that will be career suicide. So that's not science, is it? That's not science, that's scientism. Funded scientists, doctors, institutions, funded by the governments, the pharmaceutical agencies. The outcomes are already predetermined, because you can't just publish the actual results. So it would seem to me that people think that science can't be bought, and scientists or doctors can't be bought. It's just so ignorant. Has catching Divik over and over left our immune systems struggling to cope with everyday bugs? No, not ours. Not mine. Don't include me. This caught my eye. The idea that every bug that people are catching feels like it's something really chronic, and are our immune systems struggling to cope? And it's just, yeah, your immune systems are struggling to cope, but it's not through catching Divik. Now, this, just to change direction slightly, I'm moving away from the Operation Shakespeare now. I'm just kind of covering a few things which I've dropped on my lap somewhat over the last couple of weeks. So I came across this person, Anna Machin, is a British evolutionary anthropologist at the Department of Experimental Psychology at Oxford University, England. Machin has done research on attachment and love between parents and children, between loving couples, and between best friends. Here is Machin talking about her concerns with AI as caregivers and the need for bio-behavioural synchrony. So, bio-behavioural synchrony is a potential mechanism for mate selections in humans. So this is this particular bit that I've put here on the right-hand side is just an article I came across, and it's about how bio-behavioural synchrony, how it affects us when we're looking for a mate. But obviously, the clip I'm going to show is just talking about parents and children and best friends. But just to give a flavour, bio-behavioural factors in health and disease. Much of the research knowledge is highly compartmentalized, and there is a need to integrate isolated pockets of information. The stress response is an important component of the body's regulatory systems. The maintenance of constant and appropriate internal conditions and functions in the face of challenging environmental demands is called homeostasis. Because many difficulties of contemporary life and their accompanying stress cannot be rapidly resolved, as could many physical stressors, the stress response persists. I've spoken about this before. Homeostasis is not restored, and the response becomes dysfunctional rather than adaptive. An increasing body of evidence indicates that stress is a potent contributor to illness. So just staying on the homeostasis. In biology, homeostasis is the state of steady internal physical and chemical conditions maintained by living organisms. This is the condition of optimal functioning of the organism and includes many variables such as body temperature and fluid balance being kept within certain preset limits. Other variables include the pH of extracellular fluid, the concentration of sodium, potassium and calcium ions, as well as the blood sugar level. And these need to be regulated despite changes in the environment, diet, or level of activity. Each of these variables is controlled by one or more regulators or homeostatic mechanisms, which together maintain life. So this balanced, everything balanced is what keeps you healthy, not diseased, in balance, homeostasis. And the bio-behavioural synchrony of humans is when all of these different organisms and functions of the body synchronize when two people are together.
And that is the problem. Now, maybe a robot, an AI guy would say to me, oh, we'll get there. Okay, if you can get there, great. But at the moment, we're not. And we have people who are starting to build really strong attachments to these things. You can build an attachment to a chatbot. It's a parasocial relationship, same as building a relationship to a celebrity you've never met. But you're not getting any of the positive benefits. So have them in their life, have them as part of your social network if you want to, spend time, but do not replace humans with them, or even dogs with them. Care robots scare me because, again, it's about replacing humans in a context which is very, very complicated from a neuroscientific point of view. Care requires empathy. It requires a thing which occurs in very close human relationships, again, underpins our immune system and our health, known as bio-behavioural synchrony. So bio-behavioural synchrony, we won't have it now. I'm really sorry, we're not close enough, but you will have it with your partner. So when you're with your partner, if I were to observe you, your body language and maybe the gestures you use and your vocal tone and maybe the language you use would start kind of matching each other. We all know this from management training. You match people to make them feel close to you. Fine, that's what humans do. It makes us feel close to each other. But if we were to look into your body, you and your partner would have entered that room at different baseline levels of physiological measures, such as your blood pressure, your heart rate, your body temperature, okay? If you sat together and had a chat for 5 minutes, those would all come into synchrony. So your heart rates would synchronize, your body temperature and your blood pressure. And then if we were to look into your brain, 2 things would have happened. First of all, having come into the room again with different activation patterns in your brain, we would look in your brain and your activation patterns would be the same. So you would be perceiving the world in the same way. And finally, if we looked at your neurochemical levels, so we generally look at oxytocin because it's easiest to access. Again, we all have baseline levels of oxytocin. They're different from each other. You would have walked in with different levels. After 5 minutes, they would have synchronized. They would be the same. So what actually happens when you're with someone you're close to develop that bond is you become one organism. You are literally operating as one being. And we think that, in a way, is the absolute fundamental basis of human close love. And it's the fundamental. And you don't get that at the moment with an AI robot. And I can't imagine it being easy because you need a wet brain and you need a circulatory system.
one organism, two people becoming one organism through synchrony, synchronization of things like blood pressure, heart rate, temperature, even brain activity, how you see the world together, how you see the world, you start to synchronize, even brain activity. This is connecting on a level which is not surprising, but we're not told this, are we? Or am I late to the party? Operating as one organism. So what stood out as soon as I heard that, I mean, it's phenomenal that you synchronize like that. And if you can do it when you're looking for a mate, somebody who you connect with, connection, you're going to feel all of those factors. And from a homeostasis point of view, you're going to be living, you know, in a balanced, you know, healthy way together, helping each other. So, what I thought when I first heard that, I mean, firstly I thought it was quite remarkable, but then the next thing I thought was, because as it says there in the article that I read, much of the research knowledge is highly compartmentalized. Well, everything in our science institutions and health institutions is compartmentalized. None of the experts cross-reference, speak to each other. They stay in their lane. In other words, you have an expert for every tiny little thing. And all of the experts just, as I say, stay in their lane and assume what the other experts are saying is absolutely correct. And then they apply that to their models. Everything is compartmentalized. So the first, once I thought how amazing this was, the next thing I thought was, has she just told you how so-called contagion works? When two people are in the same space and they suddenly both get poorly. Because if somebody's dealing with disease because their internal conditions aren't right, and something's out of balance due to some sort of toxins, whether it be something they've put in their body, toxic food, toxic thoughts, fear, television, fear propaganda coming out of the news, toxins in the sky, everything. And if somebody needs to go through some sort of a detox, and the other, you know, the person that they live with is also requires a detox, then it would make sense that you synchronize. They're just totally making this up, obviously, because I'm not a scientist. But let's see what Amanda Vollmer has to say.
When you're around another person, they're signaling. They're signaling for mechanistic triggers. So if somebody is going through a certain event and you are within their vicinity and your energy fields are overlapping and you're picking up their pheromonal cues, right? If you have the terrain set up to also purge whatever it is they're purging, you could be triggered to purge. This is why people get so confused when they're like, well, my so-and-so had this and then I got it, so for sure it's a virus. It's like, my friend, like, there is no evidence of this particle transmission, but there is understanding that we can get to with other possible theories that have been put to the test, that we do have evidence for, of transfer of information, right? And especially if it's your familial. So especially if your genetics are similar in some way, then you have underlying triggers that your family could, say, hey, we're all going to purge now. Like, it's spring, so-and-so has been eating ding-dongs and sitting on the couch and doom scrolling all day, not getting sunlight, and they're purging. And, the sibling, is a little bit healthier, but also doom scrolling and whatever. And it'd probably be more advantageous if everybody just purged all together, except for maybe the mom or the dad. You see this all the time. You'll see a whole family go down except for one. They purge, then that person goes down and purges while everybody else is okay. This is a mechanism. This is the genius of how our bodies stay alive amidst the crazy amount that we put in it and on it.
An information transfer. Just like the the field theory that we heard before, and the information transfer from the synchronization that the previous expert was talking about. Is this person not talking about? It sounds like she's talking about exactly the same thing to me. Could be wrong, but in relation to illness, because they still can't prove contagion, not definitively. Well, can't prove it to any degree, to be honest, but so back in the UK, health chiefs refused to release vaccine death data, citing misinformation risks. British health authorities are facing significant criticism after choosing to withhold data that could potentially reveal connections between Divic vaccinations and excess mortality rates across the UK. A cross-party coalition of 21 MPs and peers, including Reform MP Danny Kruger and Conservative MP Mariam Cates, raised serious concerns last week about what they described as growing public and professional concerns regarding the country's elevated excess death figures since 2020. The parliamentary group organised their intervention through campaign organisation Us For Them, which formally requested the data's release under the Freedom of Information legislation. In their letter addressed to both the UK Health Security Agency and the Department for Health, the politicians claimed that crucial information mapping the timing of COVID vaccine administration against death dates has been shared with pharmaceutical companies but remain inaccessible to the general public. The government's health body defended its position by arguing that publishing the sensitive data could lead to misinformation. That might negatively impact vaccine uptake among the population. They further contended that releasing the information could potentially damage the mental health and well-being of family and friends who had lost loved ones during the pandemic. So they're bothered about our mental health and our well-being. This is the idea that we'll attribute every death to the bioweapon if they release this data and they're bothered about the mental health and well-being of the families as much as anything else. Oh, thanks government. This stance has now received backing from the Information Commissioner, who ruled in favour of their refusal to disclose the contested data. The decision has intensified debates surrounding transparency and public access to government-held health information. Excess deaths represent a critical measure of how many additional fatalities occur in a country compared to historical trends and expectations. According to latest figures from the Office for Health Improvement and Disparities, which monitor excess mortality, the calculation involves comparing weekly death reports against 5-year averages. During the peak of the nonsense, excess deaths reached their highest point in the weekend in April 17th, 2020, when 11,000 more people died than anticipated, because you were locking them all up in their homes and not letting them be treated, and enforcing protocols on care homes, and pumping old, sick, elderly people full of fear, terrifying them, injecting them with midazolam and morphine. Throughout the 52 weeks before March, between March 21st, 2020 and March the 19th, 21, authorities recorded an average of 2,000 excess deaths each week. This figure dramatically exceeds the 519 weekly excess deaths documented between December the 31st, 22 and December the 29th, 23. Well, it might do, but, you know, you were actively murdering people during that initial period. Plus obviously the 5-year period, which it's based on, the 5-year averages, is shifting all of the time. So you would expect it to go down. And if it's still on the up, even though we're now more than 5 years past, and it's still rising, scientists, is that the ones that don't publish studies which are inconvenient, have proposed several explanations for these persistent excess death figures, including long-term effects of previous infections, negative consequences of lockdown measures on physical and mental health. Oh, now you're bothered about that. And delays in diagnosing serious medical conditions as healthcare services struggle with pandemic pressures. The debate has been further inflamed by controversial assertions from certain medical professionals. Dr. Asim Malhotra, an advisor to the US Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., claimed during Reform UK's conference that Divic vaccinations might be connected to cancers diagnosed in both the King and the Princess of Wales. He referenced eminent oncologist Professor Angus Dalgleish, who reportedly believes vaccines likely contributed significantly to royal family cancer cases. I doubt it, because I doubt they took this crap. However, these claims have attracted widespread criticism from scientific experts. Specialists in viral immunology have countered that no credible evidence exists suggesting COVID vaccines disrupt tumour suppression or initiate cancer development processes. Health Secretary Wes Streeting described Reform's platforming of Malhotra as shockingly irresponsible, though the party maintained it believes in free speech, while not endorsing his specific statements. Ben Kingsley, legal director of Us For Them, expressed frustration with the official position, telling the Telegraph you have to ask yourself why it is that the public are considered incapable of handling this data. It reveals a patronizing mindset which also characterized the pandemic response. Every now and again, I hear something in the media which I agree with. And just make up your own mind. Why are they not releasing the data? And they're scared of misinformation. No, you're scared of the truth coming out. You're scared of people's mental health and all the rest of it. No, you're scared of them getting angry because you've killed their relatives. And then you patronize people and say that we can't. No, they're not. You know, they're not mature enough. They're incapable of handling the data, and they'll take it. It'll create misinformation. Well, what about the speculation that you're not releasing it? Honestly, move on. Make your own mind up. Meanwhile, I think this is going back a year. Divic vaccines saved lives. Lots of them. That's what a computer model says. Research by the World Health Organization now puts the number at 475,000 in the UK, with many more kept out of hospital or off a ventilator. They just say this, but it's just plucked out of thin air. They were a scientific miracle, we were told at the time. Our best hope of life returning to normal after months of lockdown restrictions. Well, what? So you didn't need a lockdown. But something has happened in the years since. Research suggests confidence in all types of vaccination has taken a significant hit. It's a great paradox of the pandemic, says Dr. Simon Williams, a public health researcher. One of the most successful innovations in public health history, the rapid development of these Divic vaccines has actually had the effect of reducing public confidence. They're either just making this up to save their own, to maintain their own careers, saying the right thing, or they are deluded. It's had the effect of reducing. No, it's not. It's the overall. Can you not see the overall picture that everybody else can see? That you've been lied to, traumatized, gaslit, murdered, abused, isolated. And the people who were telling us that, and there was no threat. The threat was certainly not what we were being told. You ramped up the fear using your psychological warfare, and even at the very beginning, your own health leader, Chris Whitty, even he said at the beginning, this is, for most people, this will be nothing, and he was right. In 2023, around 70% of UK adults said that vaccinations were safe and effective, down sharply from 90% in 2018. And it's very much of a worldwide trend, with 52 of the 55 countries polled seeing a drop in confidence. And regular polling carried out by our friends YouGov, collecting intelligence on the public again, suggest adults are increasingly likely to say that vaccines have harmful side effects that are not being disclosed to the public. The proportions saying that statement is probably or definitely true rose to 30% in 2024 from 19%. So maybe that's why Zahawi's come in. He's gathered his intelligence, and go on and Zahawi. Get yourself infiltrated into reform and make sure that you get those numbers up like a good little puppet. Internet age and misinformation. Since the birth of social media, there have been growing concerns about the spread of health rumours and misinformation. Research from the UK Health Security Agency found 20% of parents surveyed in 23 said they had come across information online that made them worried about vaccines. Sharp jump from 6%. Yeah, because people are starting to work this out. We're actually communicating and questioning. And when you're not allowed to question, that's one of the biggest red flags. And maybe they've seen the Inconvenient Study that you've never, ever carried out. Ever. The AstraZeneca and Johnson & Johnson bioweapons were linked to rare but serious blood clot in the brain, and their use was restricted to certain groups. The Pfizer and Moderna jabs, meanwhile, have been linked to rare cases of heart inflammation, which usually clear up without long-term damage. No, that's fine then. The reality is every vaccine, like any medical treatment, always carries a small level of risk, some more than others. They always parrot this line, don't they? That, you know, it's just part of medicine. Medicine might kill you. No thanks. The science and public health perspective is quite clear. Not only were vaccines safe and effective, but we would have been in a very different world if they hadn't been rolled out so quickly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the depopulation program wouldn't be going as well. But, you know, some good news. Some good news. People are starting to question and actually take action. So we've moving on to the Epstein files. Not going to say much on this. I think it's all part of the stage show. But let's see what Whitney's got to say.
So taking this back to the Epstein scandal, I think that's why they only want to keep the discussion at sex trafficking.
Because it's wider than sex
Because it's wider than that. Epstein was absolutely doing a lot of really shady arms trafficking stuff and financial criminality, and they have no interest in getting deep in the weeds there.
Because that exposes other people.
Sure, absolutely. And basically, you know, this illusion that our world operates the way, you know, we're told it operates. There's this planned congressional hearing where they've subpoenaed the Clintons and some other things. Some other people, but I anticipate that'll be a pretty controlled hearing. I don't think you're going to hear any questions about Mark Middleton or Chinagate there, or what Epstein was doing those 17 times he went to the White House. It's all going to be about everything that happened after Clinton was no longer president, which is, if you look at how the Epstein case has been treated with respect to Bill Clinton for years now, it only focuses on Clinton after he left office. It's the same for Bill Gates too. They only focus on the Gates-Epstein relationship after Gates was no longer chairman of Microsoft.
So it's planned, controlled, a trickle of information, feeding scraps to us?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's defining the spectrum of what's interesting. It's a limited hangout. So it's like they define some, you know, tidbits that are interesting within a spectrum, and people are so entranced by what's in that spectrum, they don't look for anything beyond that. They just assume that's all there is.
Because if we know everything, it opens up everything. It's Pandora's box.
Well, it is a Pandora's box in a way. Yeah, sure. Because basically, if you go, you know, as my books show, if you go as deep as I went in writing those two books, and you could certainly go deeper, it basically shows that, yeah, the world is basically run by a meta cartel.
Explain that.
Well, you know, I would argue, yeah, it is a cartel. It basically operates with impunity, and they have no accountability for all of their crimes, even when they're exposed here and there. Some people just are protected and above the law, almost inexplicably. And you know, as I point out in my book, it's a lot of the same actors over and over again, the same institutions, and you can see when one institution crumbles, another one pops up in its place. So as an example in the book, I talk a lot about the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, BCCI, that implodes in 1991. It's covered up by William Barr when he was Attorney General, who covered up Iran-Contra, the Promise Software scandal, and BCCI, all as being Attorney General, and later would return to kind of do that and for Trump 1 when he was, you know, Attorney General again. But after BCCI implodes, a lot of their portfolio of, you know, organized crime and shady interests goes to the banks of that are sort of related to this guy named Edmund Safra. And Edmund Safra dies in his home, supposedly from the story is very bizarre, but from arson allegedly set by his American nurse because she wanted to set a fire and then save him from it, but then didn't save him from it. Yeah. It's fine. Anyway, he was very good friends with Robert Maxwell and a lot of these figures that pop up all over the place in the Epstein case. And then who absorbs his banks? HSBC. They basically take those over, and then HSBC gets exposed. I forget. I think that it wasn't the Panama Papers, but it was like one of those consortium of journalists that published these leaks, basically revealed a lot of prominent people that were part of these HSBC Swiss accounts that had been inherited from Safra. Epstein was one of them. Some associates of Epstein, like Flavio Briatore, are there. But also, you know, HSBC was laundering money for drug cartels. And who didn't go after them when they were in charge of the Bank of England? Mark Carney, who is now Prime Minister of Canada.
And everyone's leaving.
And while he was head of the Bank of England, you know, there's pictures of him hanging out with Ghislaine. So, who's, you know, Father Robert Maxwell was banked by Safra, among other things. So, you know, this Operation Underworld, all of that, the formation of this nexus predates the founding of the State of Israel. And so a lot of these actors, and I note this in my book too, were involved with the arming of the Haganah and these paramilitary groups that later create Israel in 1948, and then help them set up their intelligence agencies. So that's sort of how you get all this overlap between, you know, Mossad, Britain, CIA. It goes back to, you know, the beginning of Israel's national security complex.
So there you have it. Obviously, do some more digging into this, some of the stuff that Whitney Webb has laid out there. But one thing's for sure, we're not getting any sort of disclosure here. We're getting some sort of crumbs, more bread from the circus. Even if it does give people a flavour of what goes on, I'm not sure it's going to do anything. Most people don't. They're just not bothered. They're just not bothered. I haven't heard anybody talk about it out in public spaces. But a complete criminal cartel. The whole system is completely corrupt. Operation Underworld, I think she mentioned there, was when the intelligence agencies got into bed with the mafia and never got out. And just quickly back to during the Psy-Op, just another insight into how corrupt our government is.
Told you that during COVID, UK police were operating under a national structure that quietly stopped certain complaints from ever being recorded. Not investigated, not rejected, just not recorded at all. Sounds extreme, but it happened. It was called Operation Talla, the UK's nationwide policing command for COVID. Not just guidance, a gold, silver, bronze command structure coordinating every police force. And it didn't act alone. It sat inside a wider system called the Justice System Strategic Command, linking police, courts, prison, and prosecutors. So these weren't local decisions, they were system-wide. Then in December 2021, a major criminal complaint went to the Metropolitan Police, with 400 plus witness and expert statements alleging wrongdoing in the vaccine rollout. Police said it was under investigation, but weeks later a senior officer issued a directive. No vaccine harm complaints to be accepted. No crimes reported. People were redirected elsewhere. And he said it was done on the advice of the National Police Leadership and UK Gold Command. That order stayed hidden for 3 years, while officials publicly claimed no national policy existed. But FOIA disclosures later proved it did. So the question isn't political, it's constitutional. If the police refuse to even record crime reports, who decides what justice is allowed to exist? Because once evidence is not recorded, accountability disappears. This isn't about the past, it's about whether the rule of law still applies equally to everyone. Share this. People deserve to know.
So, any crimes or wrongdoing or complaints or whatever, just not recorded. Nothing. Diddly squat. Complete corrupt system. While they terrorize the general public. That's psychological warfare. There's something else I just happened to come across. The Central Command platform. WBAN Access application is a demonstration video showcasing a real-time city management platform that leverages the Internet of Bodies. The platform integrates wireless body area networks for tracking and tracing individuals, combining advanced surveillance, AI-driven analytics, and seamless operations. It enables real-time monitoring and response for public safety and urban functions. You can pause that if you want to read it. Just to add, a wireless body area network is a network of wearable devices that communicate wirelessly to monitor health and physiological data, what that humans can do, through synchronicity. These devices can be embedded in the body or worn in the surface. So I wonder, this is obviously conspiracy theory. What is the nanotechnology that's been injected into millions of people?
The Central Command platform gives key decision makers easy access to advanced surveillance options. Using the icons at the top, we can toggle the visibility of the subjects we want to view. We'll tap the human icon to activate their visibility. This gives us a real-time view of all the subjects in our jurisdiction. Let's use the search bar to find a specific subject. Here, we can search by typing in the name of a subject or search with an image of the subject's face. First, let's try typing in the name of our subject. In this case, there were 2 people with the same name found in our jurisdiction. We can tap a subject's live location to see more details. We can now see the live location and source details of the person we tapped on, with options to see more details to help us determine if this is our subject. To search by face, let's say we have an image of the subject. We can source this from a surveillance integration or by manually uploading an image. Using face search, we can find the exact person who matches the face of our subject. Let's say our subject is suspected of committing a crime last night. We can use the AI chat to see where he was at the time of the crime. The chat will respond and show us the exact location on the map. Let's say we have a crime report that tells us the suspect fled the scene at 9:30. Let's use the timeline tool to go to exactly 9:30. We can see that it matches the report. He's leaving the bar. Let's see where he is right now by using the timeline tool to go back to live. We can use the chat to automate the next steps, such as requesting an arrest warrant and sending units to the area once we receive it. The chat will automatically create an action plan and execute the plan for you as soon as you give the approval. It'll notify the relevant parties, execute according to your department's protocol, and custom integrations with your current services, allowing you to keep your jurisdiction safe and secure right from the palm of your hand with the Central Command Platform.
Makes me feel nice and warm and safe. Good stuff. Let's see what Dr. John Coleman has to say about this in the Committee of 300. Let us talk about actual case histories. The attempt to communize and deindustrialize Italy. The Committee of 300 long ago decreed that there shall be a smaller, much smaller and better world. That is their idea of what constitutes a better world. The myriads of useless eaters consuming scarce natural resources were to be culled. Industrial progress supports population growth. Therefore, the command to multiply and subdue the earth found in Genesis had to be subverted. This called for an attack upon Christianity, the slow but sure disintegration of industrial nation states, the destruction of hundreds of millions of people, referred to by the Committee 300 as surplus population, and the removal of any leader who dares to stand in the way of the Committee's global planning to reach the foregoing objectives. Two of the Committee's earliest targets were Italy and Pakistan. The late Aldo Moro, Prime Minister of Italy, was one leader who opposed zero growth and population reductions planned for his country, thereby incurring the wrath of the Club of Rome, commissioned by the Olympians. There's that name again, they think they're gods. To carry out its policies in this regard. In a Rome courtroom on November the 10th, 1982, a close friend of Moro's testified that the former Prime Minister was threatened by an agent of the Royal Institute for International Affairs, who is also a Committee of 300 member, while he was still the US Secretary of State. The meteoric rise of the man the witness named as Kissinger will be dealt with later. Is that the same Kissinger who was attending secret meetings at the Cercle? It will be recalled that Prime Minister Moro was kidnapped by the Red Brigades in 1978 and subsequently brutally shot to death. It was at the trial of members of the Red Brigades that several of them testified to the fact that they knew a high-level US involvement in the plot to kill Moro. When threatening Moro, Kissinger was obviously not carrying out US foreign policy, but rather acting according to instructions received from the Club of Rome, the foreign policy arm of the Committee of 300. The Open Conspiracy, Blueprints for a World Revolution by H.G. Wells. It proposes that largely as the result of scientific progress, a common vision of a world politically, socially, and economically unified is emerging among educated and influential people, and that this can be the basis of a world revolution aiming at universal peace, welfare, and happy activity that can result in the establishment of a world commonwealth. Euthanasia for the terminally ill and the aged shall be compulsory. No cities shall be larger than a predetermined number as described in the work of Calgary. Essential workers will be moved to other cities if the one they are in becomes overpopulated. Other 15-minute cities. Other non-essential workers will be chosen at random and sent to underpopulated cities to fill quotas. Non-essential workers. Does that sound familiar? At least 4 billion useless eaters shall be eliminated by the year 2050 by means of limited wars, organised epidemics, and fatal rapid-acting diseases. Rapid-acting diseases? And starvation. Energy, food and water shall be kept at subsistence levels for the non-elite, starting with the white populations of Western Europe and North America, and then spreading to other races. The population of Canada, Western Europe and the United States will be decimated more rapidly than other continents until the world's population reaches a manageable level of 1 billion, of which 500 million will consist of Chinese and Japanese races, selected because they are people who have been regimented for centuries and who are accustomed to obeying authority without question. From time to time there shall be artificially contrived food and water shortages and medical care to remind the masses that their very existence depends on the goodwill of the Committee of 300. The United States will be flooded by people of alien cultures who will eventually overwhelm white America, people with no concept of what the United States Constitution stands for, and who will, in consequence, do nothing to defend it. And in those minds, the concept of liberty and justice is so weak as to matter little. Food and shelter shall be the main concern. There shall be no cash or coinage in the hands of the non-elite. All transactions shall be carried out by means of debit card, which shall bear the identification number of the holder. Any person who is in any way infringes the rules and regulations of the Committee of 300 shall have the use of his or her card suspended for varying times, according to the nature and severity of the infringement. Euthanasia for the terminally ill and aged shall be compulsory. Meanwhile, assisted dying now accounts for 1 in 20 Canada deaths. So the depopulation agenda is ramping up in Canada. I'm not going to read all of that. You can pause it if you really want to. Yeah, just to quickly just say that UK MPs voted last month to pass a bill that gives terminally ill adults in England and Wales the right to have an assisted death, though it will face months of further scrutiny before it could become law. As British MPs debated the legislation, Canada was cited by some as a cautionary tale due to its perceived lack of safeguards. Lack of safeguards. And again, they use this term. People in Canada initially was only legalised for those whose death was reasonably foreseeable. Very vague terminology. I think I spoke about this before. It really gets to me, this, because you know where it's going. And then, as if by chance, young man previously saved from euthanasia, killed by an abortionist. In a heartbreaking Facebook post, Canadian mother Margaret Marcilla has revealed that her 26-year-old son was killed by euthanasia on December the 30th, 2025. She said his death was approved by Dr. Ellen Wiebe, a Vancouver abortionist and euthanasia practitioner who has ended the lives of over 400 patients. The victim suffered from diabetes, which had resulted in visual impairment. So the guy, I think he was pretty down on his luck, obviously, suffering from diabetes and visual impairment, and I think he had tried to get approved for euthanasia before, and then people intervened, and then he managed getting approved for it anyway by this Dr. Death, who's murdered 400 people. Harold Shipman, Eat Your Heart Out. And I'm not sure this was actually legal. I think they've used some sort of loophole. But anyway, this is where we're going. Obviously, you can pause that and read it if you want more information about how this all happened. But this is where we're going. Murdering babies, right? You know, legal murder of babies right up to the point of birth. For any reason, even if you just don't like their sex. You don't need a valid reason to murder a baby right up to the point of actual birth. And I don't know how anybody can actually think that that is moral. It's just, I really don't know what to say, to be honest, about that. And then, like I say, at the other end, people who are deemed at the end, which we'll never know. They can be murdered by the state. It's soon going to creep down to debilitating diseases, mental health, depression, any age, kids, disabled. That's where it's going. And nobody's bothered. Nobody's bothered. This is going to be a long, dark winter, as the weather forecast said at the top of the show. And they managed to tell themselves, they're so ignorant. They managed to tell themselves that they're being virtuous by wanting to put people out of the misery. Treat a dog better. No. You think. I know there'll be extreme situations which I'm, open to debate about extreme situations. I'm talking about you're just giving you're given a diagnosis and then you can legally be murdered at that point. My father-in-law was given a 6-month diagnosis, and he lived longer than that. And I'd like. I mean, he didn't have a good end. He didn't have any quality towards the very end of his life. But I'm pleased that he didn't just let the state murder him as soon as he got that diagnosis, because we still had some good times. But people think it's painless. It's a good death, euthanasia, and they've got no evidence of that whatsoever. How do you know they're having a good death? How do you know it's taking the pain away? How do you know it's not excruciating if it's not that time, if they're not ready for it. There is no evidence that it's a good death. None. If there is, if somebody's gone through it and has come back to say how good it was, then I'd like to see that anecdotal evidence, please. Until then, you're just an ignorant, lazy Satanist. Andrew Bridgen talking about a friend who's a Labour MP and who was voting on this.
I have a friend who's a Labour MP.
Oh my God.
I know. And it's not a political friend. It's just on a personal human level. I always got on well with him. We were elected at the same time back in 2010. And he rang me back in July last year, out of the blue. And after this sort of conversation between ourselves, renewing our acquaintance, I said to him, right, I've known you for 15 years. For 14 of those years, you coveted being on the government benches. You were on the opposition benches. I said, now you've had a year in government. How's it going? And he has got one of the safest, you would class the safest of the safe Labour seats. I mean, I can't think anyone can ever remember when there was anything other than a Labour MP in his seat. And he said, I'm going to lose my seat at the next election. We all are. We're done. He said that a few of the new elected Labour MPs, he said they think that we can pull it back round. He said, but they are deluded. And I said, I tend to agree with you. You're not going to pull it back round because you're never going to do anything the public are going to like. What are you going to do that's going to curry favour with the public? You're working for the globalists. And I said, well, I'm not surprised you're in that situation because, you promised before the election that you were going to deliver, £300 reductions in energy bills. And I said, what did you deliver? You took the winter fuel allowance off the majority of pensioners, and then you let the energy companies put their bills up by an inflation-busting 9% in October 24 and multiple times since. I said, and then as a socialist, you took benefits from the severely disabled. I said, do you think that was going to make them more able to work when you haven't got any legs? And he didn't say anything. And I said, but never mind. I said, because you're going to be offering them assisted dying as the way out because you can't afford to live. So, the state will kill you, help you to kill yourself. You could be killed. I said, for goodness sake, I said, do not tell me that you voted for that appalling decriminalisation of abortion up to birth, which is murder.
Yeah.
So, which, if you explain the issue, I said, you wouldn't get 2 or 3% of the public, and you wouldn't get any more than that would support that. I said, and it flew through the House of Commons. I said, do you know what you're voting for? And he said, I don't know, Andrew. And apparently this is a 5-term MP. He said, I don't know. I said, well, what do you mean you don't know? He said, well, it's that bad, he said, that I now just sit in the tea room. When I hear the division bell, I just wander into the voting lobby, which is right next door to the tea room, around the outside of the chamber. He said, and I just look where the Labour whips are, because they indicate whether you've got to vote aye or no. And I go through there, he said, and keep everybody happy. He said, and I've decided that if I don't know what I'm voting for, I don't look at the order paper, I can sleep rather better at night. So, I mean, it's all over. That's a 5-term Labour MP who's given up looking at what he's voting on. The whips have got their way and they're just lobby fodder.
So they're not in control. They know that what they're doing is decimating the party, but they're doing it anyway. That's the first section of what he was talking about there. They are delusional if they think they can save it. So why are they doing things that they know are going to destroy any chance of remaining in in the driving seat, because they're puppets. And as his friend said there, he doesn't even look at what he's voting on, so he can sleep better at night. That's democracy for you. That's democracy. Now you can understand why these things just fly through, and you know the outcome. You know the outcome before it's even voted on. I knew that was all going to go through, and the murder of old people and the murder of babies. You know it's going to go through because you know what the agenda is, and it's just given the illusion that they're voting. They're not voting. Honestly, this system is completely corrupt. And you think that the Epstein files, what we've been fed, the crumbs, you think that's full disclosure. It's a death cult. And, it's not like we haven't been told before.
Anyone with any sense who was in trouble would come to the witness and tell them the truth and say, no, I'm in a jam, can you help? It might be debt, it might be a scandal involving small boys, or any kind of scandal which a member seemed likely to be mixed up in. They'd come and ask if we could help. And if we could, we did. And we would do everything we can, because we would store up brownie points. That sounds a pretty nasty reason, but it's one of the reasons. Is if we can get a chap out of trouble, then he'll do as we ask forevermore.
Store brownie points when they get into trouble with little boys. When are people gonna actually see that the whole system is immoral, and it's what we deserve? We deserve this system collectively because our morals have degraded. They're in the gutter. Nobody even knows what the difference between right and wrong is. Nobody can even explain what a right is or what a wrong is, let alone the awareness of how to fight back, doing the right thing. Okay, I'm a bit peckish. I hope you somewhat enjoyed that presentation. And just before I go, just a usual last reminder of the difference between natural law and made-up, man-made law. But until then, I'll see you later.
Hello, can you hear me? Please don't go. Where are you going? Conversations go over my head. Isolation has an ugly face. Surround me with your love. Understand me, I need you now. Surround me with your words. Understand me, I need your love. I need your love. I need your love. Hello, I'm so lonely, and it feels like a disease. Come and stay beside me, stay always, forever, don't go. Surround me with your love. Understand me, I need you now. Surround me with your words. Understand me, I need your love. I need your love. I need your love.